OK. On a notre micropodium. C'est beau en ligne, puis c'est beau dans la salle. Génial. Micro un. C'est bon. Parfait. Ici, on a notre micro 2 que je vais échanger avec l'autre. Je vais mettre l'autre côté. J'ai mon micro 3 aussi qui est de l'autre côté. Super.
Morning, everyone. Hello, we're going to get started. All right, so for this last day of the workshop, we'll focus on applications, and this day will be chaired by Alex. Alex is a postdoc here at Mila, focusing on scientific discovery and contributing a lot to the GFlowNet development. So he will present the plan for today. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Victor. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back for the third and last day of the Mila GFlowNet workshop. I hope you woke up early and reviewed the material for today. So the idea for today, like Victor already said, is to have more of a applications, hands-on day in a way. You've been exposed to the theory. We hope it wasn't too heavy, but that gave you the base for have a good understanding of what we can do with GFlowNet, and we hope to continue this today. So we're going to start the day with a session about GFlowNets, the use of GFlowNets for scientific discovery, and it's going to be like a series of relatively short talks. So you see biological sequence design, molecular design, molecular and protein conformation, materials discovery, causal discovery, combinatorial optimization, language, etc. That's going to be in the first part of the day. And we'll have a session by Emmanuel about how we can evaluate GFlowNets, which is not a trivial thing like most generative models in machine learning. And we'll have lunch. And in the afternoon, we'll do a live coding session. And then we will finish the day with what we call a GFlowNet Clinic. So I'll take this chance to remind everybody that what we plan to do in this session is to take the ideas that you have submitted. I'm working on this, and I thought maybe I can use GFlowNet for this problem. So we will analyze if these are problems that are well suited for GFlowNet or not. So if you have new ideas, feel free to come to us and let us know, or just spontaneously speak at the session. And we will close the day with another talk by Professor Joshua Benyo. So without further ado, I would like to introduce the first speaker, Moksh Jain, who has already talked a few times, so I won't extend too much on the introduction. So welcome, Moksh, with an applause, and the floor is yours.
Thanks, Alex. Hello, everyone. I'm in person today. So I'll just I'll start with a brief introduction for why GFlowNets for scientific discovery, so some motivation, and then focus on one particular application on biological sequences and how we can use GFlowNets there. So we all here know that we are faced with a series of unprecedented global challenges in the current times. We have the looming climate crisis, and we have a number of big public health challenges. So the question that we ask here is, what can machine learning do to help in accelerating scientific discovery for these problems? Now, just to be clear, it's not implying here that machine learning can solve all of these problems. These are very complex socio-technical problems, but a lot of ways to tackle these challenges involve coming up with new scientific discoveries. And by new scientific discoveries, I mean either better understanding. So in the case of the climate crisis, there is still a lot more understanding required about the immense impact that human civilizations have on the climate systems. And even in terms of coming up with discovering new things. So for example, in the case of public health challenges, like if you have new diseases, how do you come up with cures for these diseases as soon as possible without much loss of life? And we already have seen some amazing successes of machine learning helping in some of these discoveries. So very recently with the COVID pandemic, of course, the drugs were not discovered using machine learning, but scientific discovery, like basic sciences, so the development of mRNA vaccines, contributed a lot to the speed at which these vaccines were developed. So I think we can all agree that there is some potential for machine learning to help, at least in accelerating these challenges. In accelerating scientific discoveries to tackle these challenges. So before I move on to anything more specific, let's talk about Guinness. So Guinness is the famous beer brand, and it's I guess an unexpected source of like the beginning of systematic experiments, I would say. So Guinness is a beer manufacturing company. So what they do is they grow barley. They through some chemical processes convert barley into nice beer, and this nice beer then makes them money. So this was their model. This has been their business model for centuries. So in the early 1900s, they started asking the question, due to several environmental factors, how can they improve the barley yields to make the crop more robust to soil and weather conditions? So there were some climate anomalies that Guinness was experiencing, which was affecting the supply of barley, and the crop was sometimes not as good, so they couldn't get good beer. So this was actually one of the first instances where this idea of systematic experiments sort of came into picture, all thanks to William Gosset, who was a statistician who was working at Guinness at the time, who was designing experimental design approaches for systematically testing experiments on barley in like very small, like repeated experiments. So you make some modifications to the environmental conditions, to the crop, to like the general growing process of the crop, and then you see how robust it is to weather conditions in very controlled environments. And that's one of that, like that's basically where this whole sort of topic of experimental design sort of started. You might also know William Gosset from this famous the student t-test. So he's student. He couldn't publish under his own name because he was working at Guinness. So he had to use the word student, or he had to use the pseudonym of student. So what did over the years we have much better systematic sort of representation of the discovery process, and it roughly goes as follows. So the first part is we accumulate observations. So we make observations during our day, under like specific conditions, things that we're interested in, and then we analyze this data. We try to fit models on this data. So this is a very fundamental step of we assume some model, we check whether the model is correct, we try to analyze where it is incorrect, and so on. We then come up with some hypotheses to explain some phenomena that we observe. So, for instance, in the case of a drug discovery, for example, if you see some particular behavior of a virus, we try to explain what is causing that behavior. So, one very basic and maybe technically incorrect example is in the case of the COVID, the coronavirus. The spike proteins were identified to be the one which sort of attacked the cells. So that was one hypothesis that we had. Then the next thing which was done was experimentally verifying this hypothesis. So how do we, first of all, make sure that it is indeed the spike protein which is a cause of the problem, or which is like the attack vector, for example, and maybe then this experiment is performed. So we design some experiments to actually understand whether it is indeed the spike protein. And based on the experiment, we'll have new measurements, and we can then use those measurements to sort of feed this cycle again. So this is this nice-ish virtuous cycle, which is not always true. Like most of the times, the process is much non-linear. It doesn't really go in this nice circle, but it has this general-ish structure. This process you can actually divide into two separate categories. So one part is the experimentation, where we actually interface with the real world. And the other part is computation, where we sort of build computational models, and they don't have to be on computers, but it's the general formalism of computation. And these two cycles have sort of fed into one another. So improvements in experimentation require improvements in computation, and vice versa. If you have better computational methods, you also need better experimentation. But what we have been seeing recently is that due to advances in natural sciences, in robotics, and so on, there has been an explosion in the quality of experiments that you can perform and at the scale at which you can perform these experiments. So think of things like high throughput assays, the James Webb Telescope, or the Large Hadron Collider. So experimentation has sort of taken huge leaps forward in terms of the scale at which we can collect data, and also the quality of measurements. So you can now actually record a live cell in like a video, which is pretty cool. But what this means is computation has sort of lagged behind. So what we need is actually computational approaches which can leverage these richer experimental observations and also leverage the scale at which we can perform experiments. But there are some challenges which need some consideration. So the first thing is that of reward misspecification and underspecification. So the problem which Joshua, Emmanuel, and a lot of others alluded to yesterday is that there is some reward underspecification or misspecification that happens when we try to do these things computationally. We cannot actually model the true objective that we want. So if we want the drug to work in humans, you cannot actually build a model for that, which is very difficult. So instead, you assume some proxy, whether it binds with the particular target. And even that is not perfect because you have to simulate the physics and you have to make some approximations. So ultimately, your oracles which you use for design don't accurately reflect a property of interest, which makes diversity a key component in this process of experimental design. You cannot actually put all your eggs in one basket because that basket might be incorrect. The other thing is also the fact that we can do experiments in parallel. It's a paradigm shift. So when you can actually run 10,000 experiments at the same cost and same time as a single experiment, it requires a rethinking of the algorithms and like how these algorithms actually interact with the world. So, for example, in material design, there is again a growing presence of high throughput labs essentially. And so is the case in drug discovery as well. So the other thing is in terms of modeling. So like I said, initially, we tried to fit some models of the world. One important aspect is you can have multiple different explanations for the same phenomena that you observe. And without further experiments, you cannot actually assume any of these single models is correct. So ideally, what you would want to do is reason over all these different possible structural models, which all fit the data, and in order to design effective experiments, and in order to actually get to the bottom of, get a true understanding of what's going on. So hopefully I have sort of convinced you that these are like very important technical challenges in terms of what sort of methods we would want. And of course, we are at a GFlowNet workshop. So the point is that GFlowNets can be a useful tool for some of these challenges, and at least can be a helpful tool in some of these challenges. So specifically in terms of data analysis and modeling, generating new hypotheses, generating new or designing experiments, and some of which will be covered in talks today throughout the day. But before we move on to some of those topics, I also wanted to highlight some other applications of GFlowNets which are not covered today, but are still nonetheless very interesting. So you can have games, two-player games recently, like Superhuman Connect 4 bot, if you would like to play with it, is on this paper's, you can find it in this paper. It can be used for inverse problems. It has been used for robust scheduling problems, which I guess Salam mentioned as well yesterday. It has also been applied to neural architecture search, for latent variable modeling, for inferring phylogenetic trees, So the applications are abundant, and as you'll also see throughout the day today, it's a very flexible and very powerful modeling tool, which can be applied to a variety of different domains. So let's come to biological sequences. So what are biological sequences, and why am I talking about them? So by biological sequences, I'm referring to things like proteins, DNA, RNA, essentially large biomolecules which can which can be represented as which can have like a sequence representation, so as a sequence of tokens. So proteins, for example, are sequences of amino acids. DNA is sequence of the ACTG bases, and so similarly RNA. Now, a lot of these sequences have like some fundamental roles in human biology. So proteins are basically the backbone on which cells function, and DNA and RNA sort of control this flow of proteins. And they are very important even from a therapeutic point of view, from materials design point of view, in the case of DNA aptamers. And RNA, I guess everyone here has probably heard of or taken the mRNA vaccine. So I don't need to convince you about the importance of these things. And really the problem that we wanted to study was, can we come up with computational approaches to design diverse and novel biological sequences to optimize certain property of interest? And in this case, this property of interest can be like binding to a particular target, functioning as an antibody, functioning as antibiotics, or in general, whatever property you're interested in. Or in the case of, for example, DNA aptamers, you can have good electronic properties to be used as a material. So this brings us to the questions of how do we design sequences. So sequences are just like a collection of tokens, ordered collection of tokens. You can have two ways, or I'll discuss two ways in which you can actually do this. There could be other ways, but these two are the ones that we have actually tried. And each of them has their own set of pros and cons. So the first one is the most naive one, but still extremely successful one, of generating the sequence autoregressively from beginning to end. So you go from left to right, generate one token at a time, and then and you decide when to stop, or you have some maximum fixed length. So in this case, for example, you first add this W token, then A, then K, one token at a time. Fairly straightforward. So here your action space in the context of GFlowNets would be the vocabulary of available tokens. So in the case of proteins, it would be the 20 amino acids. In the case of DNA, it would be the 4 bases and one stop token. The distribution that you want to sample from X would be complete sequences, so which have a stop token at the end. And your set of states, all possible states, will be just like all possible incomplete and complete sequences. So what is the pro for this? So what is the advantage of this particular approach? It is that it's very well suited for generating completely de novo sequences. So like very new, it's much easier to generate these things. But the problem is, like, if you have very long sequences. So for example, in the context of RNA, in the mRNA vaccines, it is like a sequence length of thousands. So the RNA is like 1,000 or 2,000 tokens long. So in this case, the trajectories can be very long. And as we heard yesterday, longer trajectories are harder to train on. There are learning problems for GFlowNets. What is the other approach? The other approach is more akin to like evolutionary algorithms and evolutionary approaches. So we start from some given sequence, and we generate a sequence of mutations on that sequence. So what we do is we take the sequence, we pick some location on the sequence to mutate, and then we mutate it with some other token. So here your action space would be like which location out of which location on in the sequence should I mutate, and then you have the second action. So you can sort of decompose the action into two steps. The first one would be picking the location, and the second one would be picking the mutation to make at that particular location. So here it's slightly weird here. So here, the distribution that we'll be sampling from is the distribution of like complete mutation sequences, and not just like which have like stopped. And your intermediate sequences would be all possible mutation sequences. The pro here is that these trajectories will be shorter, so learning in GFlowNets would be nicer or easier. But the con is this sort of action space, this sort of MDP is more suited towards local exploration around the starting sequence rather than actually designing completely new sequences. So more like lead optimization, where you start with one particular sequence and you want to just make it as good as you can. The next important question to ask here is what should be the reward? So as I alluded to earlier, you always will have to rely on some proxy, but this proxy will have some under-specification or misspecification. But the nice part is if under certain conditions, this lack of knowledge can be a good thing. You can actually use this lack of knowledge to guide your design process. So what you can do is you can use the uncertainty in your model. If your model can express its uncertainty, you can use this uncertainty to guide your design process. So you can sort of generate more candidates, which would reduce the uncertainty in the predictions of your model. So this is where we leverage Bayesian models. So if you have a Bayesian model, you can quantify the uncertainty you have over, let's say, high reward regions. And you can use this uncertainty as a guiding signal for generating sequences with your GFlowNet. And these Bayesian models can be instantiated through approximate Bayesian methods like ensembles, dropout, or so on. Or if you want to be a bit adventurous, like a full Bayesian model. So this brings us to this active learning loop. So what I mean by this active learning loop is just this sort of inner outer loop sort of thing, where you have some oracle, which is like the thing that you would actually like to approximate, but it is expensive to evaluate. So you have to rely on this sort of more complicated setup where you have this model. Where you have a model which approximates the oracle. You have an acquisition function which quantifies basically this uncertainty thing that I mentioned earlier. So what is your uncertainty about your predictions of your model, and how you can use it as an information gain metric for your generative policy, which is the GFlowNet here. So the way the loop goes is you start with some data set, let's say of historical evaluations of this oracle. You build a model using that data set. You use that model to generate a reward for the GFlowNet, or to define the reward for a GFlowNet. You train the GFlowNet with that reward, and then you select the most promising candidates. You evaluate them with the oracle, and then you continue this loop. With like appropriate choices of like acquisition functions and models, you can actually tackle a variety of different scenarios. So in reality, you won't always have this nice single oracle that you would like to optimize for. You might have multiple objectives that you would like to optimize for. So whether a drug is effective and whether a drug is toxic to humans. So this becomes a multi-objective optimization problem. Or you could have the same oracle, but at different fidelities. So let's say for measuring how effective a drug is, you can either have like some in silico, like some cheap neural network approximation. You can have some actual physics simulation, or you can have like an in vitro assay. So and like an actual live experiment. So you can also leverage like different fidelity oracles. So just to give you like a brief taste of what sort of tasks that we have applied this to, we have single objective tasks for generating antimicrobial peptides. So antimicrobial peptides are peptides are short proteins, and we generate them left to right, and we get some good results in silico. We can do multi-objective optimization in the context of red fluorescent proteins. So the task here is to design fluorescent proteins. So here the proteins are much longer. So we rely on this mutation-based action space that I described earlier. So the trajectories are fairly small, even though the actual protein is quite large. And we get good improvements in terms of the hypervolume. And we can also do multi-fidelity optimization. So in this case, the example is of DNA aptamers. So DNA aptamers are DNA sequences, which have some use in material design problems. And even here, you can, like, this graph is a bit hard to parse, but you can take a look at it later in the paper. But essentially, you can leverage these different fidelity oracles, which have different costs associated to them, and get better performance while using up less of your budget. But essentially, just to paint a picture, you can use GFlowNets for a variety of different sequence design tasks in conjunction with other Bayesian machine learning techniques in order to get like useful biological sequence design. We get diverse and novel high-scoring candidates, which we set out to before. I will add a caveat that all the results I present here, these are all in silico. So we are still in process of doing like actual wet lab evaluations of these. And until then, of course, these results are to be taken with a grain of salt. But these are still, again, promising results, promising early results. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Moksh. Do we have questions in the room?
Thank you for the very nice talk. I have a question for the autoregressive generation process. So like if we do naively, the action space gonna like specific state space gonna explode in horizon, right? In the length of horizon exponentially. So like did you use just naive method, or like you use more like some like heuristics or to like restrict the state space in experiments?
So here we do not restrict the state space. So the state space is like basically, for example, in the left to right sequence generation, the state space is just unrestricted. It can generate anything. But it is possible to do that. So you can have, for instance, if you have some prior knowledge about what sort of sequence or what sort of structures you might be looking for, you can actually impose those priors. So one other way to think of it is, for example, instead of adding one token, you can think of adding multiple tokens. That way you can sort of trade off between the size of your state space, size of your action space, and try to come up to a good sort of middle ground. But yeah, in all these results, it was not that was not used.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Moksh? All right. Well, if not, thank you very much again, Moksh. That is great. That sets the stage for the rest of the day very nicely. And next we have Emmanuel Benjo, who will talk about molecular design with GFlowNets. And you've been introduced before, so I let you go ahead.
Thanks. Great. Cool. Yeah. So, Moksh just talked about some really big molecules. There's many other kinds, materials, biological molecules, other types of molecules I won't go into. For this talk, I'll be focusing on small molecules. It's what I work on the most, and they're usually kind of the focus of drugs because they have many nice properties, like they can float around in your blood really easily. And there's lots of ways to go about that. So molecules are physical objects that are sometimes hard to comprehend, and we have to represent them in a computer somehow. And so that's a challenge in itself. And there's lots of approaches for that, of course. I'm only listing some of them here. The very classic one is like smile strings. You just represent your molecules as a series of characters. It's quite convenient because chemists can read that. Language models can read that. It's just a sequence of tokens. And you can use language models, something similar, to design them. The other paradigm which I work on the most is just representing these molecules as graphs. So, each atom is one node, each edge is one bond. I can feed that to graph neural network, transformer, architecture of your choice. Of course, there's also a lot of kind of hand design features for molecules. won't get into that today. Another approach is to think about molecules as graphs of fragments, right? So think of Lego blocks that you plug together. Fragments are convenient because they can be kind of pre-designed by a chemist who knows what they're doing. And then the space that you end up with is kind of always going to look nice, whatever Lego blocks you plug together. The problem, of course, is that this is less expressive. In terms of the size of the state space, you're now reducing it because the number of combinations you can make is smaller. And of course, the question is, how do you design those fragments? That's extremely hard. Historically, people design them by hand and intuition. Very common strategy is you have a data set of molecule and you just look at common subgraphs, common scaffolds, stuff like that. Choose the most common ones and call that your fragment library. Another approach is more related to how would we make these molecules in the real world, and to think of your fragments as a collection of synthetic blocks that you could actually plug together in the real world in a chemical synthesis lab. And of course, the ultimate version of that is to not even think of designing molecules, but think of designing a series of reactions. Right? So that's ultimately what's going to happen in a lab when someone actually makes the molecule. Why not just start there? Right? So still work in progress, although there's lots of papers already doing this, work in progress in my research, to have agents whose actions is not like add this atom or add this fragment, but really like do this chemical reaction between two things. And of course, this is a bit of a weird and kind of MDP, weird environment to live in, but it has excellent constraints, and chemists typically love that because it's very easy to think about what's going on. Kind of reward functions that we use is also complicated. The ultimate reward function is like, did we cure disease X without killing the patient or making them worse? And there's not a lot of samples to estimate that reward, of course. So you have to use proxies of that. You have to use things that you think are kind of related to how diseases work. The very classic thing to look for in drugs is protein inhibitors. So something that will attach to a protein in usually a small pocket and kind of make it change 3D shape. And in that process, kind of deactivate it. But there's all sorts of types of drugs. There's molecular glues that kind of bring two proteins together. Protacs, which kind of bind to a molecule and tell your cell, oh, you should really destroy that protein and recycle it. And then there's the unknown. If you've ever used acetaminophen, paracetamol for the Europeans here, we kind of don't really know how they work. And that's true for many things. If you go on the Wikipedia page, you'll see lots of kind of uncertainty quantifiers about the method of action of these little drugs. So yeah, it can be quite hard. And then of course, there's like the main effect you want to get. There's also side effects, which you don't usually want to get. And then there's pharmacokinetics, which is about how quickly your liver absorbs the drug and rejects it or clears it from your body. Side effects, so maybe you target one protein, but the small molecule that you're designing affects other proteins that you don't want to target. So quite complicated. And then of course, if you design kind of in silico something, it might be cute and it might make your reward function go up, but actually it might be totally unfeasible or costing like large amounts of money to make by the gram. So there's lots of source of kind of signal of how a particular molecule affects biology. Of course, you can do a lot of physical simulation. There's different kind of levels of how much compute you're willing to pay for how much precision you're going to get. Don't want to spend too long here, but there's some order of how expensive it gets. As I mentioned at the beginning, you can test the molecule on humans, but that's like the most expensive and the thing you want to do the least, right? You want to be really sure before that what you're going to do in a human is going to work. It's tough because all these models, these systems kind of only approximate the end system, which is the human. So back to GFlowNets, most papers that, if not all, do small molecules have been doing fragments, and then using docking in particular as the reward signal. And typically what we do is we have like a data set of docked molecules, train some machine learning model to regress to the docking energy, and use that as a reward. And then we've been using a bunch of heuristics to kind of constrain the space to look nice, which is a hard question. Generally, at Recursion, we've been doing more atom-based stuff. And then ML is similar. We have a data set of cell activities, stuff like that, that we can throw at a large model, fine-tune it, and get some kind of reasonable estimate of utility of a molecule. Plus, of course, a whole bunch of heuristics, which can always make a big difference. So a fragment-based environment is relatively simple. Again, think of them as Lego blocks that you kind of plug in together. So the action space of the agent here in your MDP is going to be basically, you have some current graph of fragments. You can choose to attach a new block to it. Sometimes fragments have like different rotations, so there's different ways you can attach them together. That can also be an action. And then you've heard about masking, which is also very important. Here the masking it's fairly straightforward. Typically, you don't want your molecule to get too big, so you kind of limit the number of fragments. And of course, sometimes blocks have to be kind of properly attached. Otherwise, they don't make sense. And so you kind of prevent the agent from stopping if it has plugged two blocks together that it hasn't properly attached. Atom-based environments are a bit trickier, but also fairly straightforward. Typically, you kind of build the atom graph atom by atom. So the main action choice is going to be choose some atom and some attachment point and add a single bond between two atoms. Of course, atoms can have a bunch of properties, charge, etc. Bonds can be single bond, triple bonds, stuff like that. And then the most non-trivial part is that you kind of want to mask a lot of things to prevent your agent from creating molecules that don't make a lot of sense. One example of how we've applied this with GFlowNets that I particularly like is the multi-objective paper, actually papers, there's two now. And here we've heard about conditional GFlowNets yesterday. All right, so here we kind of condition a GFlowNet on a vector of preferences between multiple objectives, and we train the GFlowNet to learn all the possible trade-offs in some sense. So here what you're seeing is all these Pareto fronts in red between different objectives that the model ends up learning. And the four objectives here are like how good the molecule is, how drug-like does it look, how easy would it be to make, and is it not too heavy? And of course, this works better than baselines, at least as far as we've measured. And in particular, again, GFlowNets shine by their diversity in what they produce. Along with some open questions in that domain, I think we're still not there in terms of like truly scaling to really large state spaces, especially in the atom-based domain. The fragments libraries that we use when we do fragments are kind of there, and we haven't thought too deeply about them, but it would be really cool to like find those, either train a model that proposes fragments and kind of learn that, or even just dynamically with kind of hierarchical models. I think this is for the RL crowd. Kind of learn what are good sets of fragments that go well together to create molecules. There's lots of weird data sets in chemistry and biology. Disjointed from disjointed kind of sources that aren't always super well aligned. But in some senses, there's lots of data that is out there ready to be used. Some other challenges: finding the right priors, right architectures. These are all non-trivial things that the graph neural network community is still working a lot on. Of course, everything about action space, kind of what are the choices we give to the agents, that's also really impactful, I want to say, kind of design choice. And it matters a lot, I think, in molecular design. And of course, the usual, which is we want to understand what we're doing. It's not trivial, but really useful to kind of scale better, get better performance out of models, better interpretability out of models, to understand how they generalize, how they kind of understand these discontinuities in the reward space, how they act out of distribution, all that good stuff. So yeah, I think I'll stop here. Thank you.
Emmanuel, we have a few minutes for questions. Ideally from the audience instead of from me. So don't be shy. In the meantime, so maybe one question. I'll try to ask something that might be helpful for the audience. So there's been a lot of research in the last years on this area, like molecular design and everything, drug discovery, etc. And there's a lot of research directions with diffusion models. Well, you know more than me, so I will start mentioning here. But I would like to hear from you. So, what are the unique or special angles that GFlowNets offer? No need to review the whole literature and compare, but what are for you? You work on this. You have decided to put your time on this. What are for you this? What's special?
Yeah, I think if you compare specifically to what works really well, which is diffusion, we're kind of wasting less time playing with noise. When the agent makes a decision, it's like making a structured prediction in some sense. And I think that's more kind of simple, efficient, and bootstrap from generalization better. And I think that's true for other things like VAs, molecular VAs, and all that stuff, which, in my opinion, rely on noise in a weird way. But ultimately, these are all kind of equivalent, or not equivalent, like just as good. I think a large part is, of course, the neural network that you're using, the data set. But I think in scaling, GFlowNets have a better chance if we understand how to train them better.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
I have a related question. Like, I think when in the previous slide, like you mentioned that there are several representations for the basically like the molecules, right? Atom fragment based, or like the atom models, or like more smiles notation or something. But like, do you think that how we can combine like these representation at the same time? Like, what will be the ideal ways?
Yeah, of course. So you can combine fragments and atom-based design, right? You could start with a rough scaffold, rough draft that's fragment-based, and then switch to a second phase where the agent can add individual atoms. You can probably seed something also with reactions, or constrained atom design by reactions. Like, there's all sorts of mixes. Like, as long as you're willing to code it, which is non-trivial, there's probably some interesting stuff to do.
The reason why you're using fragment based is now computation is more easier.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a clear trade-off, right, between fragments where you make graphs of 5 to 10 nodes, and you're kind of by design creating molecules that look nice, but you have maybe 10 to the 15 state space, and atom-based where you might have 10 to the 100 state space, but then you have way more freedom. The agent can design whatever it wants.
Thank you.
Thanks for the questions. Oh, we have another one. Yeah,
Oh,
please.
hi. That was naive questions. Right? So, when you have the 2D like scaffold, how do you typically account for the flexibility of the molecule when binding? And I mean, it can fold in different ways.
Sorry, the what the molecule?
When you have the 2D scaffolds, and how do you account for, because it can be just rotating, right? Like different ways.
Yeah.
And one other thing is that because it kind of interacting just in the solvent. Do you account for the solvent molecules like water or other things when binding, or it's been naive? Thank you.
Well, to answer your first question, we kind of leave that up to the reward in some sense. I think, let's say a molecule has 2 mirror images. You can imagine the reward function being able to evaluate both and say, well, the max is this because one of the versions of that molecule is useful. And that's fairly straightforward. You can also imagine kind of a sub-step is generating a 3D conformer that's interesting for that molecule. For the binding and the docking specifically, I mean, in terms of like the GFlowNet research, we've been using the same oracle for a while. It's not very interesting, probably to like a medicinal chemist. What we use, for example, like recursion is nothing like docking. It's based on like phenomics data and like activity AC50 predictions. I know that there's lots of groups doing lots of kind of in silico predictions, and then there's a lot of fine tuning you can do with how you simulate the molecule protein system, but it's not something I've been working with.
Yeah, go ahead.
From a drug discovery point of view, you would want to explore all the possible modes. So that would be like atom-based, and then the first approach that you described. So from what I understand, the limits right now is like computational power, but like how big is that limit? And is that something we could overcome? Or will we be always limited, and thus we'll have to rely on fragment-based and evolutionary approach?
So I'm going to show you a funny graph a bit later in my other talk, where we've trained GFlowNets for very long. They're always discovering new stuff because the state space is so massive. And that's true for fragments, that's true for atoms. So there's a big question of exploration is cool, but you want to get to the high reward stuff faster in some sense. You will never be able to enumerate all of your state space. So yeah, I don't have a good answer, unfortunately. But one limit is, I would say, the extrapolation capabilities of your model. Like if it sees rewards from 0 to 0.8, will it be able to find the 0.81 rewards and then the 0.82? That depends on whether your model is capturing the right factors, variation of the reward, and if it's able to also properly assign probability to the other molecules that have those properties. Extrapolate, but it's an open question.
Thanks a lot.
All right. Thank you very much for the questions, and thank you, Manuel, for the nice talk. And we're going to stay for another talk on the biology side of things before we take a break and then change gears towards other topics. And for the next talk, we have a great duo of students that will we'll talk about molecular and protein conformation, which are related. So we have Alexandra Volokhova and Lena Nehalezin. You have been introduced as well. Okay, so go ahead.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to present for you here today. And yeah, we're going to talk about conformations of molecules and proteins together with Lena. And I will start with, thank you. I will start with molecular conformations. And I will present the work, which is a product of work of a big team of people. Yeah, this is about molecular conformations with GFlowNet. So what is conformation, molecular conformation? And as you heard in the previous talk, we are very interested in generating molecules with GFlowNets. And Emmanuel was talking about generating molecular graphs. And in this project, we are focused on the generating molecules in 3D. So given the molecular graph, we want to predict the 3D positions of the atoms because this, like the shape of the molecule is very important for its properties. And in different drug discovery procedures, it can be as like part of the drug discovery process when you generated like the 2D graphs, and after that you need to predict molecule in 3D to measure its properties, like how well it binds to some target protein, for example. So the conformation is the term to call this 3D shape of the molecule, and it can be described in different ways. We can describe it as 3D positions of each atom. And an alternative way to describe it is to describe it in terms of the internal coordinates. So we can tell for each bond which length this bond has, and also for each pair of bonds which planar angle they have between them. This I will call bond lengths and angles. And apart from them, we also need torsion angles, which are angles between the planes composed by bonds. So by bonds. So for example, here this angle phi, it is the torsion angle between this plane of three bonds of three atoms and this plane of three atoms. So when we change the molecule, it rotates along this bond. Okay, and the interesting insight from the chemistry is that the most of the variance of the conformational space lies within the torsion angles. So bond lengths and angles can be predicted relatively well using some chemical rule-based approaches. But for torsion angles, it's the most challenging part in the predicting conformations, and that's why in our project we are focused on predicting torsion angles with the GFlowNet. And the target distribution, which we want to sample from, is the distribution given by the energy of the molecule. So we're interested in predicting the most low energy conformations, the most stable ones. These are the ones which are defining the properties of the molecule. And yeah, that's why we have this Boltzmann distribution here, where this energy is the energy of the given conformation C of the given molecule, and beta corresponds to reverse temperature in physics, but in our approach we treat it as a hyperparameter. Yeah, and as I said, we're using these intrinsic coordinates where we split coordinates to two things, and we predict with GFlowNet only the torsion angles. Okay, so in our approach, we take these bond lengths and angles, which I describe as L here. We take it from some chemical informatics tool called RDKit. And after that, we train GFlowNet to predict only the torsion angles. And the end goal of our project is to be able to condition GFlowNet on different molecular graphs and different bond lengths and angles, but so far we're not there yet. Right now we are training we're training individual GFlowNet for individual molecule, and yeah, that will be the results which I will share with you. So the state space of the GFlowNet is the torsion angles of a given molecule, and we start from some initial positions, and then we update torsion angles. So the actions of the GFlowNet is the updates is a vector of updates for each torsion angle. And we also tried several energy functions. As I said, we are targeting, like the target reward is negative energy. So to predict the energy of the molecule, we're using several different energy proxies, which are estimating the potential energy of the molecule. And each of them, they have different fidelity. We do not use fidelity here in this project, but we were just interested to see how well GFlowNet can sample from different energy functions. So yeah, the first results which I share with you is some 2D experiments similar to the ones which Salam presented yesterday in the continuous GFlowNet paper. That's where like this project started from. So this is a similar task. So we have just 2 torsion angles, and we have some molecule which to which this torsion angles corresponds to, and we can measure energy of this molecule. And here in the first plot, it is the true reward function. So the first column. The second column is the GFlowNet generated samples. To be fair, it is the kernel density estimation on the samples from the GFlowNet. And the last column is the kernel density estimation on the samples from the MCMC algorithm. And yeah, from these experiments, we can see that GFlowNet can capture quite well different reward functions. But in the same time, it doesn't really outperform MCMC. It performs quite similarly. Okay, and after that, we decided to scale this model and see how it works with more than 2 torsion angles. And this plot is just to give you a sense of the data set we're working, which we're working with. It is the most popular open source data set for conformations of drug-like molecules. It is a GeOM drug data set. And this histogram is corresponds to the number of torsion angles in the molecules in this data set. So they lie within from 0 to 50, and the most amount of the molecules they have a number of torsion angles around 8, I guess, like between 5 and 10, let's say. And that was the region which we were targeting in our experiments. Okay, so now let me share with you the results. Here, I show 2 metrics which are popular in this confirmation generation task in the literature, and it is coverage metric and matching metric, and they obtained by comparing the samples from the model with some ground truth samples which are present in the dataset. So we have a dataset. In the dataset, we have some confirmations. We sample confirmations from the model, and then we compare them with the dataset. So for the coverage is how well our samples from the model cover the dataset, and for the matching, how close they are to each other. And here we have GFlowNet, and we also compare it with MCMC, RDKit, which is this chemical informatics tool, and RDKit plus clustering, which was a recent paper which outperformed many of the deep learning methods for generating confirmations. So it is quite a strong baseline. And we see that with the small number of torsion angles, GFlowNet sorry, just one more important detail is that covariance, coverage metric is the maximum value is 1, and closer the higher the better, and for matching minimum is 0 and lower the better. So we see that GFlowNet outperforms for the small amount of torsion angles the baselines like MCMC baseline and RDKit, and works competitively with RDKit plus clustering baseline. But for higher torsion angles, we see that all the models struggle quite a lot, and this is our future direction. We would like to improve the GFlowNet, and and try to scale it to more torsion angles. And the last plot which I want to show you is this plot of the correlation between rewards and probability to sample confirmation from the GFlowNet. Unfortunately, we cannot measure it for the baselines. It is a unique metric for the GFlowNet, but it gives us a sense how well GFlowNet can actually sample from the distribution. So if this correlation is equal to 1, it means that GFlowNet samples proportionally to reward, like exactly proportionally to reward. And here we see that even for high torsion angles, it is not that bad. It is not 1, but still looks like GFlowNet is able to capture something from the reward distribution. And yeah, we hope to improve it in the future. So yeah, just to conclude, in the future, we want to improve results for higher amount of torsion angles. And also we want to condition GFlowNet on the molecule such that we do not need to train single GFlowNet for single molecule, because in terms of applications, it is not useful. Yeah, and I think that's it. And I give floor to Lena. Thank you. Should I take questions? Take questions later? Okay. Okay.
Sorry, that's gonna take 1 minute. Okay, so thank you, Sasha. And continuing on Sasha's talk, now we're going to focus on some specific kind of proteins, which are proteins which loop on themselves. So it can be either antibody loops or cyclic peptides. And it's joint work with Amgen and with many people from both Mila and Amgen sides. So in this talk, we're not going to focus on how to sample good antibodies or good cyclic peptides, because we're not there yet, but just how to sample structures that loop on themselves and that satisfy the geometrical constraints. So before that, what are antibodies? They are these Y-shaped proteins that are part of the immune system. And they are determined by many different variable regions that are called the complementary determinant regions. And the one that we care the most about is the CDR3 region, because it's the one that has the most variability and that has the most entropy in its structure, and that is most interesting in therapeutics applications. So why antibodies? Antibodies bind to foreign substances that are in our body, and they are also used for some very cool applications like cancer treatment, for example, in immunotherapy. And why do we care about the ensemble of antibody conformations? So like Sasha already said, I think we care about it because it's more informative than just having one stable conformation. And it's also important for molecular dynamics simulation. So these systems are not rigid and they move all the time, even when they bind to a target. And it's important to understand how this movement occurs, so to know, to have an information about how good is this antibody binding to a certain target. So the two project objectives, on the short term, we want to use GFlowNet to sample structures that satisfy the geometrical constraints. We're gonna see what that means right after. And in the long term, what we actually care about is to sample antibody loops proportionally to their potential energy surface. Okay, so what do we mean by this geometric loop constraint? So this is a 2D drawing, but imagine that it's in 3D. And imagine that each xi here is an atom or an amino acid. And here we fix the bond lengths and the bond angles exactly like as in Sasha's setting. And what is variable is these torsion angles here. So imagine that, for example, here you have X4 that can rotate around the axis of X3 and X2, and similarly for X5 and for the rest. And the thing is that these torsion angles, we cannot choose them randomly. We want to choose them such that this structure is going to form a loop and we're going to have a specific distance between the last and the first amino acid. And so the question is, given fixed bond lengths and bond angles, which are these torsion angles that satisfy these constraints? And this is not obvious. And one idea would be to use GFlowNets to sample these torsion angles and to use, instead of using this hard loop constraints, we use an approximative soft reward function to do this. Okay, so now for the setting of our GFlowNets, we use a discrete conditional GFlowNet. So in Sasha's talk, it was a continuous one, but here we're trying with discrete, and we condition on the bond lengths and the bond angles. We encode the cosine of each torsion angle using gray code. So gray code is like binary code, but it's better because it makes sure that if you have two elements that have two gray codes that have just one bit that is different, they are going to be neighbors, which is not the case for binary code. And yeah, we use one additional bit to determine the sign of the torsion angle's sign. So for the action space, we have, for example, here we have 4 torsion angles, and at each step, we're going to choose one bit for each torsion angle and what value we want to assign to it, whether 0 or 1. And in the end, we obtain the gray code encodings, we convert back to the real values, and we obtain a reward. So this is some results for very preliminary experiments. So here we set the distance between the first and the last amino acid to be equal to 0. It doesn't make sense physically, of course, because you don't want to have clashes between 2 amino acids, but it is just to see if our GFlowNet works. We use 8 bits in our gray code. We use temperature annealing for the reward, because why do we do this? Because like in the optimally, what we want to do is to really have this hard loop constraint. So the smaller the temperature, the better. And we start with a high temperature so that the GFlowNet can explore at the beginning and then starts exploiting. And also we used one of the tricks that was presented yesterday by Jared, which is we store the best loops in a replay buffer, and we update it during the training and with a diversity criteria. And so these are the results for different numbers of torsion angles. And we see that this distance at the beginning before training is higher than after training. So our GFlowNet is learning something, but it's still not as good as we want it to be, because ideally we want this distance to become 0. So we're still working on improving this. And also we can notice that the more we increase the number of torsion angles, the harder it is to really have a distance that is equal to 0. And the less diverse are our sampled loops. So in other words, the more we have torsion angles, the more hard is the setting. And this is a plot that shows, so on the left, you can see the loops that are sampled at the beginning of training. So this is a batch. The red dot represents the first amino acid, and the last dot represents the last. So at the beginning, they're very far away from each other. But as we train, they become closer to each other. So another thing to notice here is that here we have a lot of clashes between all of the different amino acids, which doesn't make sense physically. So we should also change our reward function to say that we want everything to, like the amino acids, to be far away from each other. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear? Yeah, thank you, Lena and Alexandra. Do we have questions from the audience? Or you can come on stage. No?
Yeah, I have a question for the first presentation. Like in very naive molecules, also like there are many like the invariance kind of geometric structures, right? In terms of like deflection or rotation, like how did you incorporate them, or like basically you didn't, or looks not important?
Yeah, so for now, with the experiments where we have like one GFlowNet for one molecule, we do not need to take care of them. Okay, so we do not need to take care of these invariances because GFlowNet, it takes as input just the torsion angles and like outputs updates to the torsion angles. So yeah, we do not, like the model cannot, it will not change, like the input will not change if we rotate the molecule because it's just torsion angles. And so the output also invariant to that. But in the future, when we develop in the conditional GFlowNet, which is conditioned on the graph itself, we need to use like equivariant neural networks as the policy. So that's what we're working on now.
I see, that makes sense. Thank you.
It's a question for you too, Sasha. I don't understand why GFlowNet is better in the graphs you showed. So maybe there's something I don't understand. But in both graphs that you showed for the coverage and the matching, I personally didn't see much difference. So is there something that I missed, or?
Yeah, let me maybe share again. Should I? I don't, but I will.
Yes, works.
Okay. Okay, so I was saying that GFlowNet is better than, for example, RDKit, which is like the simplest baseline we have in terms of covariance, because covariance, the higher the better. So the GFlowNet is this red thing, and it has higher. Sorry, it's not covariance; it's coverage. Coverage. Yeah, it covers modes in the training set, in the test set better than the RDKit, for example.
Okay, but the vertical lines, what? Because if this is, your confidence interval, something like, you actually can't really say anything.
Could you repeat?
If I don't know what the vertical lines are, but if it's a confidence interval, like you actually can't say that, right?
You mean these lines? These lines, they're not confidence intervals. They are mean and max. Yeah, values we get for this experiment, because here we had just 5 molecules for each number of torsion angles. So we decided that confidence intervals just do not make much sense with such a small amount of of points.
Thank you.
Which MCMC algorithm did you use as baseline?
The algorithm which Pablo presented yesterday, not yesterday, like in the first day. Yeah, I think it was HMC. Pablo was here, he could confirm maybe. Yes, okay. No, it was not necessarily something. It was MCMC, yeah.
Okay, so that's more a question for the both of you. So you did show that the more tension angles there are, the more the model struggles, right? From a biological point of view, you're only interested into the functional conformation, like not everything in a protein moves at all time. So I'm wondering, like, how difficult would it be to integrate biological information into your reward function on top of the energy function to inform on the number of torsion angles you look for? So not explore all the numbers, like you don't need to explore all the torsion angle, but have the reward, part of the reward function exploring the right number of torsion angle. Is that something that would be possible?
So I think Zichao, who is, I don't know if he's here, but he can, he can give an answer on this. So yeah, for proteins, you actually fix some torsion angles. Like you don't let all of them be variable, because otherwise it's going to be too much. So this is already taken into account in some experiments that Zichao has been running for proteins. So yeah, definitely, because otherwise it would be crazy.
Yeah, but that's something you fix. My question is that, like, from the structure, is that something that you could learn? Like to not explore all the possible ones, but at one point there are ones that you fix. And is that something you could learn through the model?
You mean to learn the fixed torsion angles? You mean to learn the fixed torsion angles? Yeah. That's
to only end up with functional conformation. So not explore all the conformation with the best energies, but only explore the one that also have like a biological activity.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I have
actually both.
Because like if you tell your model that these torsion angles shouldn't move, then it's easier. You just like fix them and your model is going to learn the rest, and that's what's done in practice. So that you make your problem easier. And like for some proteins you have like very big number of torsion angles, so the more you fix the better, and we already have problems for scaling. So for now we're starting with this, and maybe after we can add more degrees of freedom and in a long-term direction. Yeah.
And just one last question. So most of the data we generate come from crystallography. That's how we get the 3D conformation and we get those spatial coordinates. No, with AlphaFold, we can do prediction on that, but most of the time, this is like something that's fixed and we don't really know those fixed torsion angle to start with. So like how would you deal when you're, because the data, I'm guessing the data that you will be working on are those fixed starting conformation, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how do you know which one you would need to fix?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So your question is like, we need to have an ensemble of conformations to know which ones we should fix and which ones are not. This is an open question. Okay. Actually, for antibodies, we don't even have the true data. We don't know, we don't have data for like many different conformations of your antibody. You can have like the one with the lowest energy, but this is also an open research question. For small molecules, you do, I think, like you have more information on this, but like for proteins, it's like AlphaFold is not good at giving you giving you a confirmation. So yeah, this is
great. Thanks a lot.
And also just to add, for small molecules, we can make use of the energy functions, and we're actually targeting at sampling from this distribution. And yeah, I think Elena may confirm, but it is harder for the proteins because it's harder to evaluate the energy function itself. Yeah, in the data set, we do not have like the distribution, we have just the samples. And for many applications, it's important to have samples from the distribution to be able to estimate some integrals or measure property well.
And like, so for proteins, if you want to know the true energy function, you have to run quantum calculations. And you have like, the more you have atoms, the more you have electrons, and you have to take into account all of the interactions, which is just crazy. And yeah, it's an open research problem. So.
Great, thanks a lot for the discussion. I think this is going to make an amazing conversation at the coffee break, right? So it's time for the break. We're running a little bit late, but it is fine because probably we're going to adjust later. But I'm going to just, for everybody, I'm going to suggest a change. So now we will do like a 10-minute break or so. And in order to respect the time of for the talks that we gave some of the speakers, so the next one would be me. This is me. So I will leave it for later, and then we will start after the break with the talk by Misu. That's good, and then continue with Pinghuai, Kolya, and then we'll finish with my talk because I'll be here. So gonna just enjoy the break.
Oh, yes.
Perfect. All right. Let's try to go back to our places slowly to continue the session. Sorry to interrupt the discussions, coffee break, chats. Thank you very much. Right, so like I said, we were making a little adjustment to the program. I hope you don't mind. We're going to continue with a talk by Misu Nishikawa to me about causal discovery. Misu is a PhD student at Mila, supervised by Laurent Charlin and Daniel Sridhar. And she focuses on active learning, causal discovery, uncertainty modeling.
Yeah.
So yeah, enjoy.
All right. Sorry. Hi, everyone. Thanks for the intro. So yeah, I'm a third-year PhD student here at Mila, and I will be talking about causal structure learning using GFlowNets. So I'm interested in causality, and so first I will give a short introduction to causality and causal structure learning, and then I will talk about the existing work using GFlowNets for causal structure learning, and then our work extending on this existing framework. So short background on causality. So as machine learning researchers, we're very used to working with this statistical quantity, such as Py given X. So this tells us, what does knowing X tell us about Y? So for this example, I just got some sort of bivariate Gaussian distribution. And if we condition on some value of X, we know roughly what the value of Y might be because we've seen this sort of linear pattern. And so this is quite a passive quantity. We observe something and we try to predict something else. And to contrast, we have this causal quantity, Py given do X. And this illustrates something different, which is how will the system respond if I change something about it? So this has this element of actively intervening on the system and changing X and then observing the outcome Y. And so to really illustrate this point, so I have this example here. A farmer is trying to increase his crop yield, and there are different covariates which are correlated with the crop yield, which is represented here, Y. And so levels of sunlight is correlated with the crop yield. So is temperature, and so is the amount of water. But what is causally something that is going to affect the crop yield is sunlight and water. Even though temperature is highly correlated with the amount of sun, it's not going to causally determine your crop yield. Yes, perhaps if you have these extreme temperatures, it might destroy your crop, but in this finite range, it's not going to really affect your crop yield. And so how do we find the causal covariates that really affect crop yield? You're going to have to take some experiments, do some interventions, for example, keeping temperature constant and increasing the amount of sunlight, or keeping the amount of sunlight constant and then increasing the amount of temperature. This is the way that you can find these causal relations. So unless we make some assumptions on this probabilistic graphical model, we're going to have to do these interventions in order to find causal relations. So now I will talk a bit about causal structure learning, and this is about finding these causal edges in these acyclic graphs. So usually the data is in this format. We a priori know the number of nodes in the graph which we're trying to find the edges for. So we have k columns with n samples from the graph. So we have this these observations from the graph, and causal structure learning is to determine these edges in the graph. And so I said previously that we need to do these interventions, these experiments in order to find these causal edges. So what happens when we just have observational data and we're trying to do causal structure learning? Then we can find not the exact graph, but we can find an equivalence class of graphs. So these are the Markov equivalence classes for graphs of size 3 nodes, and they're separated out. And so you would with using just observational data, you will be able to determine which of the Markov equivalence classes the graph belongs to, but you wouldn't be able to determine exactly which graph within each Markov equivalence class. So when we are trying to do causal structure learning, it's important that this uncertainty as a result of Markov equivalence classes is inbuilt into the design of the algorithm so that the output can illustrate this uncertainty as a result of the unidentifiability of the graphs. So how can we do this using GFlowNets? So first I will talk about some existing work that was done by Tristan. Causal structure learning GFlowNet using GFlowNets, this is largely a score-based causal structure learning method. So what is that? We find a scoring function that is able to score each graph and tell us how likely it is that that graph was the graph that generated the data. And so you score these different graphs, and then the problem is that you need to find the graph that corresponds to a high score. And so so Tristan and his collaborators did this using GFlowNets. And so the score was the likelihood of the graph times the prior. So this was used as the reward for the GFlowNet. And so after the GFlowNet is trained to convergence, you would be able to sample proportionally to this reward, which is the unnormalized posterior. So we have this notion of uncertainty quantification over graphs. And so at the end of your algorithm, we have this posterior distribution over graphs. But the thing that was lacking from this algorithm was that we don't have any information about the parent and the relationship between the parent and child nodes, the strength of the relationship. This information was lost when this algorithm is being run because they are marginalized out here. And so we wanted to extend on this method so that we can find not only the posterior distribution of graphs, but also the strength of the relationships between the parent and child nodes. Since this is very important in causal inference to know if you manipulate one object, how is it going to affect the other downstream causal variables rather than whether they are just linked. So this is a project that I undertook with Tristan, Jit, and Joshua and Laurent. And so the previous method found the posterior distribution of graphs. Now we want to find the joint posterior of the graphs and these strength of the connections. So in causality, we call them the mechanisms. So this theta represents the functional, the parameters that parameterize these functional mechanisms. So how did we do this? So we used a variational inference to find this joint posterior over graphs and parameters. So so what we did is that we pose an approximate posterior over the posterior over the graphs and the parameters, and then we use a gradient-based approach to make each of the posteriors close to the true posterior as possible. And now, since we're modeling two things, the graphs and the mechanism parameters, we pose an approximate posterior for both and make this mean field approximation. So to get an idea of how this was done and the steps involved, so first we need to formulate the evidence, and then from there we can compute the lower bound of the evidence. And so we derived the evidence lower bound. And so now this is something that we can maximize using gradient-based approaches. And this is a function of the approximate posterior of the graphs and approximate posterior of the mechanisms. And so just to remind everyone, maximizing the elbow is equivalent to minimizing the KL divergence between the true posterior and the approximate posterior. So focusing just on the approximate posterior of the graphs for now. So we differentiate the evidence lower bound with respect to the approximate posterior of graphs. And then we have a formula for the approximate posterior that maximizes the elbow. And so this is the formula you can see here at the end. And so this becomes the reward for the GFlowNet. And so we train the GFlowNet to convergence using this reward. And notice that in this reward function, so we input the this new reward into the detailed balance loss. So this is the form of the loss function. Yeah, and so I've been talking about the approximate posterior over graphs, but we also need to think about the approximate posterior over the mechanism parameters. And so notice that in this expression, there is a sample, the expectation is taken over the mechanism parameters. So how the training procedure works is that we compute this reward for that point in the training iteration for the GFlowNet, using samples from the other posterior, the approximate posterior for the parameters. So we sample those in order to compute the reward, and then we train the GFlowNet to convergence using this reward function. And then it's similar with the approximate posterior for the mechanism parameters. We need to sample from the GFlowNet in order to calculate it. So we have this alternating procedure of training the GFlowNet to conversion, updating the mechanism parameters so that we can calculate the reward. And then we go back to training the GFlowNet with the new reward. And so, yeah, so there's this like iterative procedure to both learn more about the reward and more about the GFlowNet. So yeah, we found that our method works very well. So on the left, we have the expected structural Hamming distance, which compares, we have a ground truth graph because we work with simulated data, and then we compare it to the graph that we learned using GFlowNets. And our method, which we call variational-based GFlowNet on the far left, has very good results on expected structural Hamming distance. So this is the distance between the ground truth graph and the inferred graph. We compare against many different existing Bayesian structure learning methods, and we see that it performs well. And what was really important to us was the uncertainty estimates, the quality of the uncertainty estimates of our method. And so for 5-node graphs, we're able to actually enumerate all of the graphs in the posterior and compare to the estimated, the posterior that we've been able to model using the DAG GFlowNet. And so we compare the Markov blanket of each node and in the true posterior of graphs, and then the estimated posterior. And so this graph on the right is the sort of mean squared error of the comparison of the Markov blankets. So yeah, and we see that it performs well compared to existing Bayesian causal structure learning methods. So that's the end of my talk. The key takeaways are perhaps of interest to this group is that we can train the GFlowNet whilst learning more about the reward function using this alternating procedure of training the GFlowNet to convergence, updating the reward so that it's closer to the true reward, and then going back and training the GFlowNet again. And we saw that the expected structural Hamming distance is competitive with other methods, with this causal structure learning method. It has good quality uncertainty estimates with 5-node graphs. And we also demonstrated on real data, and we submitted this work to AI Stats. So that's the end of my talk. Thank you very much.
Do we have questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question about the kind of comparison. I feel that there are many literature for like the learning Bayesian DAG using variational inference, right?
Sorry, did you say active learning?
No, the Bayesian inference. I mean, learning Bayesian DAG.
Yes, yeah, there are
using
many other
VAE
methods.
or like variational inference. What is the main difference? Like basically using GFlowNets to sample DAG here?
Yeah, I think that the main difference is that perhaps GFlowNets are able to learn some kind of relationship between the nodes. So if there is a pattern that arises as a result of this, something in the structure of the data, then GFlowNets will be able to sort of capture that data and then to generate low probability graphs better than maybe some of these other methods. Let me think. Not sure. Do you have anything to add, Justin? Or?
So one of the advantage of GFlowNet for this particular problem of causal discovery is that the objects that you're creating are very structured. So that's very good for GFlowNet, as we saw the past few days. But also the key thing is that, so it's a discrete object. So if you want to apply variational inference to sample discrete things, usually it's a little bit tricky. But here it's even worse because we have this acyclicity constraint coming from the causal graph. And this acyclicity constraint makes things very, very hard to model as using variational inference. The only way you can do it is just through some continuous relaxations. And so what you end up at the end with variational inference is getting something that is not guaranteed to sample graphs that are acyclic. Whereas in the using GFlowNets, we can actually incorporate these constraints directly in the structure of how we are transitioning from one graph to another. And so we're guaranteed at the end that we'll obtain actual acyclic graphs.
Thank you very much. Let's thank you again. All right, we're going to continue with the talk by Dinghua, who is online, hopefully.
Hi, can you hear me?
Can we check if we have Dinghua on the Zoom call?
Hello?
Inshallah.
Can you hear me?
In the meantime, yeah, well, I will introduce Dinghua while we find him. Dinghua is a PhD student in Joshua Benjo and Aaron Corbell's group. And his research is at the intersection of probabilistic inference and scientific discovery. And he's contributed a lot as well to the GFlowNets ecosystem. And if we're lucky, we will have him here. Yeah. Hello, Dinghua. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you well as well. So yeah, take it away.
Okay, thank you, Alex, for the introduction. I also wonder, can everyone see my shared screen?
Yeah, looks good.
Okay. How about now?
Even better, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. So I'm gonna talk about like an application of how to use GFlowNets to solve this kind of graph combinatorial optimization problems, which is a very important topic in many computer science related applications. So this work has been received by NeurIPS 2023 as a Spotlight paper, and it's a joint collaboration with many other people in our lab. So let's begin. So I think most of the attendants have learned a lot about basics of GFlowNets in like previous days lectures. So I will just give a very brief idea about like GFlowNets and not go into very details. So as we already know, like GFlowNet is like turning the generation process of discrete compositional data objectives into a sequential decision-making thing. So, for example, we can think about how to construct a graph by designing a set of generation rules and using a little bit abstraction to turning the left side's generation rules into the right-hand side's, like the flow network in the right-hand side, and try to learn these different flow values inside this markup optimization process. So the idea of GFlowNets is to sample some objects with probability proportional to some given reward function. Or to put it another way, the target of GFlowNet is to do sampling with given unnormalized density function. So this is the capital X is the space of this complete objects that we want to sample or complete solutions. So sometimes in the GFlowNet literature, we also use terminating states or to cause these complete solutions, which marks the square in this slide. And for GFlowNets, we can imagine we have a initial agents as the S0 states, and these agents will go through a series of incomplete solution, which is also referred to as intermediate states in the GFlowNet language. And these agents might go through a series of sequential like decision-making steps. And at some points, these agents can choose to like take a terminating action. So here T means terminating, and ultimately it ends up with some complete solution or terminating states. So what we are going to learn is this different water-like flow function in this figure. And the learning signal is the given reward function, where we can query this function with some terminating states, and we got the reward value in return. So this equation is like means that on the right-hand side of this equation is the reward value of some object X, and on the left-hand side of this equation is like the is a summation of all the flows that goes into X, and we want the summation of all the flow, all the trajectory flow values is just equal to the unnormalized probability, which is the reward value of the object X. And similar to reinforcement learning, GFlowNet is also like a set of algorithms that wants to learn a policy inside a Markov decision process. So what's their difference? Because we know like in many previous combinatorial optimization works, there are also many people propose to use the reinforcement learning algorithms to solve combinatorial optimization problems. So we can demonstrate their difference with a simple example. So here is a very simple Markov decision process with two terminating states with equal rewards. So if we want to do reinforcement learning in this MDP or maximum entropy reinforcement learning, then it will do sampling in the trajectory level, and every trajectory will have equal probability, which gives the probability of generating A to be a probability of 2/3. However, if we want to use GFlowNets, this means that we want to directly do sampling on the terminating state level. Since there are only two terminating states in this Markov decision process, and they have equal rewards, so naturally we want to generating A or B with 50-50 like equal probability. So as we can see, even if we haven't take a look at these algorithm details, we know that there are differences in the goals between GFlowNet and reinforcement learning. And this difference will lead to different algorithm family in their specific implementations. So for example, the algorithms that will be used in our work called detail balance is something like this. So we want to amortize global training to local transitions. And to achieve this, we need to parameterize two policy. One is the forward policy as shown in the blue, and one is the backward policy as shown in the yellow. And the detail balance condition, as have been demonstrated in yesterday's talk, is like we want to establish some balance between the forward flow and the backward flow. And we can parameterize the flow functions and the policies to minimize the discrepancy between the left-hand side and the right-hand side. Okay. So after some basic introduction about GFlowNets, we can have a look at the one of the problems that we are going to solve in the combinatorial context. So this problems called maximum independent sets is a very classical setup. So imagine we are given an undirected graph G like this. So these two are the same graph structure. So what an independent set means? So an independent set is a set of vertices X. So where every pair of vertices are not connected, or to put it in another way, they are not neighbors. So the red node in the left figure itself forms an independent set. And on the right figures, again, all the red nodes also forms an independent set because every pair of the red nodes are not connected. And the MIS problems, which is the maximum independent set problems, is just we want to find the largest independent set X inside this given graph, G. Okay, so this is an optimization problems, but under the GFlowNet framework, we can first frame these optimization problems as unused probabilistic inference problems. So here is how we do this. So in the example of maximum independent sets, we can set this reward function. The reward of X is the set of nodes, and G is the given graph configuration. So we can set this reward to be something related to the number of vertices in X. So instead of maximize these rewards, we can train a GFlowNet to sample proportional to these tempered rewards. So so before we use the GFlowNet, we need to design a markov decision process to solve this problem. And notice that our GFlowNet is actually a conditional GFlowNet, conditioning on the graph structure G. So in this figure, we're presenting a designing of the markov decision process. So this is an illustration of the intermediate states, where we can see that the state space is basically we want to assign a value, either 0 or 1 or unspecified value for each node. And here V is the set of all nodes. So here the black means 1 and white means 0 and gray means unspecified. And for terminating states, everything is specified. So every node is either white or black. And for intermediate states, there could be gray nodes. So what is an action here? Each action, which is showed by a little hammer here, it means that we turn an unspecified nodes into specified as a black nodes. And after this action, we are meaning that we want to put these black nodes into our independent sets. So because every pair in this independent sets cannot be connected, so naturally all the neighbors of the chosen black nodes cannot be included in the independent sets. So in this transition function, we design in the way that all the neighbors of the black nodes are automatically set to white, which means it is excluded from this independent sets. And the reward value or the energy is designed to be directly related to the number of black nodes in this state. So here is our design of MDP, and as you can see, this kind of design can induce a implicitly flow network in this very large latent space. And each terminating node on the right-hand side, which is the end of some trajectories, is like a set of nodes, and it's also independent. So both this example and this example, in these examples, all the black nodes are not connected to each other. So what about our training algorithms? So we can use our previous mentioned different kind of different algorithms. But in our work, we found that there are also some specifications we need to make. So one thing is that because we want to tackle really large scale problems, and we found that if we want to put like in TB, we need to put a trajectory of states into the GPU. And if the scale of the problems is really large, maybe the one GPU is not enough. So
sorry for interrupting. I just wanted to tell you if you could wrap up in a couple of minutes because we're already running out of time. Thank you.
I'm going to wrap up.
Sorry for interrupting. Go ahead.
Yeah. So we can break this trajectory level training into pieces by using DB and put a replay buffer to further increase efficiency. And also we can use the forward-looking technique proposed in our previous SML work to increase the credit assignment efficiency. And here's a figure of ablation study in our work. And as the results, we compare our work against classical methods and other either reinforcement learning-based or supervised learning-based deep learning methods for doing combinatorial optimization problems on different small, large, or even larger scale of graphs. And then we also compare like in the efficiency or the performance. And we showed some advantage of our methods. And beyond these independent set problems, we also provide some design of MDP for other like maximum clique or minimum dominating set problems. And we also do different scales of problems in these different like maximum clique, min dominating sets, or maximum cuts problems. And if you feel interested, feel free to have a look at our publication. Okay, yeah, thank you for the listening. And this is the end of the presentation.
Thank you very much, Xinhui.
Thank
Perhaps one quick question, if there is any. No questions in the room. But then we'll leave it here. Thank you very much, Xinhui, for your presentation.
Yeah, also thank you for the host.
Have a good rest of the day. And we're going to continue now with Kolya, who you have met the previous 2 days, and he's going to speak about GFlowNets for language applications.
Okay. Sorry, I need to connect to the Zoom call.
So we will
And now I have to go back to this. Now there's an echo. Sorry, we can't continue like this. Yes. Really? No.
Maybe your laptop has sound.
Well, view system issue. We're back? Oh, no, we're not back.
Yes, we are.
Now we are back. Thank you. Right. Big models trained on a lot of unstructured information. So for language, like a GPT and Llama and T5, but also for other kinds of data like DNA and other biological sequences, which are maybe equally important for real applications. And we want to use these models for whatever we want to do in the world, and that requires extracting the useful information that these models have learned. So how do we do that? Well, the typical approach to that is to use very clever prompts to get the model to say the answer to what you want to know. Sometimes by making it talk to itself and kind of reason and then finally produce the answer. But that is all great, but models are very sensitive to prompts and it's hard to come up with the right one and get it to give the information you want. On the other hand, very simple sampling problems are actually intractable. For example, we have a distribution over sequences given by the model. Think of it as a distribution over sentences or some short things. Even sampling from a tempered version of that distribution, so proportional to the model's likelihood raised to a power, is not tractable. So you can't get the distribution of the next token under this tempered distribution. Now, other intractable problems include sampling text of a fixed length, so conditioned on the token after that being end of text. Sampling text that's supposed to end with a given phrase, or is supposed to contain some word or another, or not contain other words. So all of these problems are intractable to solve exactly. And so people use heuristic methods to help. For example, people, instead of doing tempered sampling, they temper the distribution on the level of individual token conditional distributions. So raising the conditionals of the next word to a power. This only approximately solves this problem. Sampling text with constraints or with a given length can be solved. You can find approximately modes using beam search, but this isn't guaranteed to actually find the best continuation or to give you a diversity of them. So the idea of what we did in this work is to think of a language model as a policy of a GFlowNet, where each action is appending a word to the end of the sequence of tokens, and then fine-tune this language model to sample from a desired distribution. So let me give the example of infilling. So imagine we have a prefix like in a past event, the cat was hungry. And we have a suffix like now the cat is sleepy. I mean, they're sleepy all the time, but just for the sake of example. And we want to know what phrase is likely to go in between. For example, maybe the cat ate a mouse or complained until she was given some food. We can think of this as a problem of inferring a latent variable. And we, as usual in machine learning, use Z to denote a latent variable. So Z goes between X and Y. So the latent variable here is the text in between that we want to infill, to infer. So the posterior over the latent variable Z is given by Bayes' rule, which is written here. In particular, it's proportional to the joint likelihood of X, Z, Y in that order, which is something we can compute with a language model because we can score it left to right. So given X and Y, inferring Z is an intractable inference problem. On the other hand, we have something as proportional to. So this already makes us think of GFlowNet, because that's an algorithm that can help us sample from a normalized distribution by sequential decision making. But before GFlowNet, I just want to say that various other NLP or language model reasoning problems can be cast in the same framework. For example, a common paradigm of reasoning with language models is called a chain of thought, recently proposed. And the idea here, on a simple example of classifying if a text is subjective or objective, is instead of asking the model to directly say subjective or objective, is to first ask it to produce a reasoning chain, like, oh, this review is talking about the personal opinion of the reviewer. And after that, say subjective or objective. And this is just a very simple example. This has been applied to much more complicated NLP problems. So usually the model is induced to create the reasoning chain using in-context learning, so by giving demonstrations. Another case is tool use. For example, you may want to evaluate an arithmetic expression, and the model has access to a tool like a calculator, which can do operations on two operands at a time. And it has to generate the sequence of tool applications until eventually coming up with a final answer. And various other forms of constraint generation also can be formulated as intractable inference, like tempered sampling and all the ones I described before. So what do? We can fine-tune the language model, which norms X to Z and Z to Y, as a GFlowNet, so using GFlowNet objectives, to sample from this posterior distribution. So for infilling, sampling Z given X and Y, we give it the language model a reward, which is the language model, the base language model's probability of X, Z, Y in that order. And this policy is just a fine-tuned version of that same language model. That allows the model to, at initialization, still generate reasonable text that continues X. Now, we can condition that policy on both X and Y, or just on X. And in the reasoning for chain of thought situation, we condition it just on X, because there's expected to be only one output Y for every X, and we expect it to be generated by first sampling Z and then Y. So once this model has been trained to sample Z, condition on X, we can use it to generate reasoning chains Z for new unseen in training context X. And thus we've learned to perform this kind of reasoning, generation of Z, in a demonstration-free way. So we didn't fine-tune to maximize likelihood of example Z, and we didn't give examples in context that we can use at inference time. The model has been forced to explore to discover what Z make the right Y likely. So we learn to generate the explanations by self-training, by exploration, RL style. Now, once this policy or GFlowNet has been trained, it can be used to sample reasoning chains for new X, and then we can generate the answers Y using those reasoning chain Z. Just as an example, here's a little book review. This book is one of Rankin's greatest achievements. This is a famous crime writer, measured by international sales. Now, we can sample the model might sample different Z for this X. For example, the review has greatest, which suggests this personal opinion. This is emotional language. And that Z is likely to make Y equals subjective likely. Another one is the review quotes factual information, the international sales, and that's likely to make objective likely. So we can perform this sort of Bayesian model averaging by taking many samples from the Bayesian posterior over Z that we've learned to sample and model the uncertainty in the final answer. As an upgrade to this, we can also do variational EM, which you heard about on Monday, where we also update the language model itself. We fine-tune it to predict the answer from X, the question, and the reasoning chain. Show you a couple of results on the subjectivity classification task, which I've been showing as an example. Doing this leads to much better performance with a small number of training samples than usual methods of supervised fine-tuning and in-context learning, while on the problem of arithmetic with tool use, like the little addition problems I was showing before, the same thing happens especially with improvements over standard RL algorithms like PPO, which aim to model a single mode over Z, with notable improvements in out-of-distribution performance when we train on 3 or 4 operands and then test on 5. Beyond the setting of infilling conditioning only on X for reasoning, we also applied this to other inference problems with language. For instance, here we do infilling on a data set of stories. In this data set, there are stories of 5 sentences, and you see the first 3 and the last one, and you need to guess the 4th sentence. So here's a story. David is worried about his health because he eats too much fast food, and then at the end, he starts to feel better. So what happened in between? And all the stories are of this sort. It's to teach social skills to kindergartners is probably the main aim of this data set. So the correct answer is he stopped going to burger places and started a vegetarian diet. But of course, there are many results that can go here. If you fine-tune with a reinforcement learning algorithm, you get answers like this, like he still didn't stop his unhealthy habits, which doesn't really make sense in this context. When we fine-tune with a GFlowNet objective, we get the 3 infilling candidates which you see in the bottom row, all of which are possible here. So we show that we get a high diversity of infilling results and also candidates which are on average more similar to the ground truth one that's shown here in green. So in this case, we condition on both X, the past context, and Y, the future context. Another situation where we can apply this is for just continuation. So I mentioned earlier the problem of sampling from a tempered distribution over the next sentence, which is generally intractable. And when we fine-tune a language model as a GFlowNet with reward, which is the base model likelihood raised to a power, we get both higher likelihood sentences and more diverse sentences at the same time than if we apply the usual tricks of tempering token by token, or doing beam search with diversifying tricks that are sometimes used in that situation. But of course, this approach has its limitations. So the first, maybe the hardest to overcome, is that all of this assumes that the base language model is good enough. So if the base language model assigns a high likelihood to things that it shouldn't, there's nothing we can do about that. For example, you sometimes see things like this, where 1 minus 9 minus 8, it tries to do -8 and then +8, because for some reason it thinks that things like -a plus a equals 0 are likely. And for small models, this incorrect reasoning chain actually has a higher likelihood than the correct one. And this is a limitation of the base language model itself, and we don't address that with the fine-tuning. All we address is intractable marginalization or an intractable sampling. Another one is that so far we've been able only to experiment with language models that aren't huge, only 6 billion parameters, tiny by most standards. And even then we have to use a lot of tricks to enable fine-tuning. But the models that store the most knowledge and have the most promise for what we can extract from them are much larger than that. Then in addition, because we have to search for the right explanations, although sometimes we can initialize a replay buffer with them, the whole procedure is much slower and less efficient than supervised fine-tuning. So we do this very slow search and slow fine-tuning and exploration to find the good latent variables, as opposed to the much simpler procedure of just maximizing likelihood of something you're given. And finally, so far we've only focused on task-specific models, task-specific GFlowNets for generating reasoning chains for a particular classification dataset or infilling on a particular dataset of stories and so on. But it would be much more interesting to create a kind of cross-task or universal reasoning model, maybe conditioned on instructions, that would be able to sample the posterior over latent reasoning chains given the question. But this is all for future work. Now to conclude, I want to give an outlook on what's possible to extend this direction of thinking. So the first direction I have in mind is using a GFlowNet fine-tuning approach for reinforcement learning with human feedback, or rather for settings where reinforcement learning with human feedback is typically applied. So the idea in RLHF is that you train a proxy model which gives you a score for a text and is trained on human annotations. And then you use that proxy model as a reward to fine-tune a pre-trained language model. Now, the proxy model is imperfect. So sometimes it gives a high score to something that actually, as a human, would not find good. Now, we can always, of course, address that by getting new annotations, but there's a high cost to always asking for new annotations. And there's always the problem of over-optimization, where if the language model fits the reward too well, it'll find the places where the reward is huge, which are usually not the places that a human would find, the samples that the human would find best. On the other hand, sampling in proportion to a distribution given by the proxy model would be less prone to this kind of over-optimization. And this is why I think that GFlowNet style fine-tuning instead of RL style fine-tuning can help with the problem of language model misalignment. And then second, I'm very interested in generalizing this to more structured latent variables than just sequences of tokens. For other domains, for example, program synthesis and proof synthesis, where the mathematical formalism associated with this thinks of deriving a theorem from the premises as a sequence of operations which transform a state gradually from premises to conclusion. Generating the sequence of derivation steps or rewriting rules conditioned on the premises and the conclusion can be seen as a posterior inference problem, just like the ones I talked about before. I will end here. Here is the paper and it's an archive, and we have code available for all the experiments at this GitHub page.
Hello. Thank you for the great talk. I had one quick question. In the slide where you had the trained queue policy and the network, yes.
Yeah.
The next one.
The next one.
Have you tried, so like a lot of prompts have shown to be very transferable. So I was wondering if you had tested on having the language model and queue policy be different from the language model in PLM. So for instance, say you fine tune a smaller language model with your GFlowNet, but then you test if the prompts or the Z sampled Z still works on larger ones, for instance.
Oh yeah, that's a good question. So we tried sometimes using two different models, one for sampling the reasoning chain and one for actually giving the reward. And the language model that gives the reward should probably be the same one that computes the answer from X and Z, because that's the distribution you want to sample from in the end. So one case where this is important is for the arithmetic with tool use setting, because you need a very big model to do arithmetic well. but you only need a small one to figure out what the sequence of operations is and copy it and feed it to the calculator.
So you guys tested this and this works?
I don't think this went into the paper, but we definitely tested that.
Okay, thank you.
And maybe Moksha has something to add. No? Okay.
All right.
So,
any more questions? Okay. Well,
thank you.
Thank you, Kalia. All right, so I'm next. We're running a little bit late, so I will try to be brief. Still see it. Just the whole screen, probably.
Okay, yeah. You want to share the tab instead, but
Should I redo it?
that works too.
That's fine, no? All right. Okay, so I'm gonna quickly talk about crystal GFlowNets, which is a GFlowNet version to sample crystal structures. And this is work with a bunch of people, actually. You can see the names there. So maybe first of all, I guess not everybody in the audience will know what I will be talking about if I say crystal structures. So these are materials, and if you go to the Wikipedia to search for crystals, you will see that crystal or crystalline solids, crystal structures are solid materials whose constituents that can be actually atoms or molecules, depending on ions. But the key property of crystals is that they are arranged in a highly ordered fashion, and also that they repeat in all directions. So these are periodic structures with a lot of symmetry, and structures. You know, the amount of symmetry can change, but the idea is that they repeat it in all directions. For the purpose of this talk and the scope of this work is about inorganic crystals. There's also molecular crystals where the constituents are molecules and not just single atoms. It is important to define the concept of the unit cell, which is the smallest set of atoms in this case that will be repeated, right? So we can fully define the crystal structure if we define the arrangement of the atoms in this unit cell. So if you look on the right, that would be a unit cell, but the actual material will extend in all three directions of the 3D space by repeating that unit cell multiple times. And why do we care about this? Well, they are actually like crystal structures are actually in a lot of different things that we use in our daily lives and in industrial applications. And me in particular, I care about the climate crisis. And if you go to the IPCC report, to the latest IPCC report, you will see that, it's not, discovering new crystal structures is not going to be the solution for everything, but there's actually multiple ways in which the discovery of new materials can reduce greenhouse gas emissions, improve the efficiency of, for example, energy storage, renewable energy storage, etc. I will not get into the details in the interest of time, but you can see the slides later if you're interested for some of these numbers. They are not super small. However, there is a big challenge when it comes to discovering new materials, which is, first of all, there's very, very little data compared to the vastness of the search space. So there is about 200,000 known inorganic materials, and some people say that there might be like 10 to the 180 possible stable materials. Just the amount of conceivable materials is just infinite because there's like a continuous values in the representation. And then from this infinite space of conceivable materials, very few of them will be stable, and very, very few of those stable materials would actually be interesting. So this is a very complicated problem. And after 3 days attending this workshop, you might already think, oh, this could be something we can tackle with GFlowNets, and this is what we tried. To give an idea of what people have been doing in this domain, this is just a figure from a paper that has actually this paper made an important contribution to the field using diffusion models. And I won't get into the details, but this is just to illustrate that this was it's a bit complicated system with multiple branches, different optimization modules, and it gets decent results. But of course, there's a lot more work to do, and for the evaluation of the model, they have to check, for example, if the geometry of the materials, the model samples is respected, if the constraints are satisfied, if the charge of the crystal is neutral, things like this, pointing at the need of, to me, at the need of incorporating more of these constraints in the generation process. So the way we tackled this problem was by taking a bit of inspiration from theoretical crystallography, and this I need to thank Yasmin, who is sitting here, for teaching me all this. So if you go to the the literature on crystal structures, you see that the people in this field won't define the materials as let's take all the 3D coordinates of all the atoms, which is the type of representation used by the previous model I mentioned, but instead they use all the information that describes the geometry of the structure. So, for example, if you go to the Wikipedia, again, it actually has good stuff. You can see here in this table. I won't give you the detail. I won't discuss all the details, but what this table tells us essentially is that you can classify all the all the many structures that crystals can form. You can classify them in different classes. There's a lot of topologies is big. So you have crystal families, crystal systems, lattice systems. There's the space groups that describes the symmetry operations that can be applied to a structure, and these space groups can be divided into subclasses, and the subclasses into other classes, etc. So there's really a lot of literature that goes back many years, like 100-something years, on both in geometry and crystallography. And the idea is to leverage all this domain knowledge into the generation process of the GFlowNet. So if there is one bit of one takeaway I would like you to take from this presentation, is that with the GFlowNet framework, it is actually relatively straightforward to incorporate a lot of domain knowledge into the problem. So more specifically, if we want to define or describe the structure of a crystal, we can do it by, apart from the composition, so which elements and which atoms are in the composition, it is important to determine what is the space group, and there's 230 space groups in three dimensions. That's all. So there's infinitely many structures in conceivable structures, but all of them could be classified into one of these 230 space groups. And then all of them in 3D will have 6 parameters that determine the shape, the size of this cell, and the orientation. So A, B, C are the lengths of each of the dimensions of the 3 dimensions, and alpha, beta, gamma are the angles of the planes. All right, so I've mentioned it already, but the advantages I see of the GFlowNet approach is that we can incorporate these constraints, as I will mention in the next slide, and that this representation, with even without including all the atom positions of each of the components of the crystal, there's been literature before that shows us that this is actually predictive of interesting properties. So it's a much lower dimensional representation, but still predictive
of the things we care about. And one hypothesis here is that perhaps this searching in this lower dimensional space might be more efficient than searching in the huge space of atom coordinates. All right, so this is already a bit of the description of the specific algorithm we have proposed. So we have divided the generation of crystal structures in three main components or subspaces. One is the composition, that hopefully will be easy to understand. It's just selecting which elements and how many atoms of each element will be in this crystal. Okay, that's a discrete subspace. And then once the composition has been selected, we select the space group, which, like I said before, is a choice between one of the 230 possible options in 3D. And in order to incorporate more structure, more patterns in this selection of the space group, we leverage the domain knowledge of theoretical crystallography to decompose the space group into several steps. And in particular, here we let the GFlowNet select the crystal system, the lattice system, and the point symmetry. I don't have time to define each of these categories, but the point is that we can subdivide the generation process. And finally, once we have both the composition and the space group, we can have GFlowNet sample the lattice parameters, these ABC, alpha, beta, gamma, and these are continuous parameters. So as you can see, we are mixing here already discrete and continuous subspaces, which, again, it is something that we can do more or less easily with GFlowNet. A lot of coding, but it's possible. And this is really not easy to do with other generative methods, unfortunately. And I would like to spend a moment talking about constraints, because, like I said, this is for me the main takeaway of this. So if we do this naively, we have already incorporated domain knowledge by this decomposition of the space. If we do nothing else, it's going to be a hard problem to search in this huge space. However, we can introduce a lot more domain knowledge. So some examples are the following. One is that we know that the composition has to have neutral charge for it to be stable in nature. So we can do this simply by preventing the generation process in the GFlowNet to continue if the charge is not neutral. So this is one hard constraint we introduce. Then the space group, which is, again, like the symmetry operations that are valid in a structure, is highly connected to the composition. In other words, not every composition is compatible with every space group, and not every space group will be compatible with the composition. So this is also something we enforce in the generation process. And this is, of course, a bit convoluted when it comes to coding it, but it's just possible, and it took us some time, but we just did it, and the GFlowNet framework allows us to do this easily. I mentioned the hierarchical structure of the space group, and then finally, once we have selected the space group, this imposes hard constraints on the lattice parameters. For example, there is a number of space groups which belong to the cubic crystal system or lattice system or crystal family. They actually all coincide. So the crystal will be a cube, and then if we have a cube, then we shouldn't select different A, B, C, alpha, beta, gamma, because alpha, beta, and gamma are the three of them going to be equal to 90 degrees, and then A equals B equals C. So this is something we can directly enforce as well in the generation. All right, I hope that makes sense. I will just show one slide with results. So we can take a validation set from one of the crystals databases, and we plot the formation energy, which is the energy of the crystal. It's a bit of a proxy for the stability. So we want to sample crystals with low formation energy. So this is what we use as the reward function by training a separate model for predicting this formation energy. So if we plot the distribution of this formation energy in the validation set, this is what we get. And we see that the majority has negative formation energy, which means good. Now,
If we build a crystal GFlowNet and we sample from it without training it, we get the following. We get a distribution that is shifted to the right. That means it's a lot worse. These are random samples, random crystals with positive formation energy, which means completely unstable. Now, after we train the GFlowNet to sample proportionally to the formation energy, we get a distribution which has been shifted towards the left, getting a majority of crystals with low formation energy or negative formation energy as predicted by the model we had trained. This doesn't mean that we have discovered here the materials that will revolutionize climate change. This is because this is just in silico and there will be many things that need to be improved, but this is a promising result telling us that it is possible to tackle this very challenging problem with a method like this. This took like 12 hours of training on a CPU for the GFlowNet. So we're working on this and hoping to make more contributions in the future. So just to conclude, I mentioned that discovering new crystal structures with good properties can help us mitigate the climate crisis, that this is a very challenging problem because there's infinitely many structures and only a few of them are stable, and only a few of the stable materials will have nice properties. And with GFlowNet, we can easily incorporate domain constraints, like by collaborating with the experts. And we train a GFlowNet with these constraints, and we got promising results that we can sample diverse, high-scoring samples with the hard constraints guaranteed. I will just mention that the code is open source. You can find it online. And I would like to acknowledge a big team of people, both at Mila and beyond, who have contributed altogether to this project. Thank you very much. So it's a bit late, probably you're tired, so maybe let's take the break. If you have questions, come to me and I'll be happy to discuss. And you will also find many other people involved. You cannot see them anymore, but there are more people in the room, so we are happy to answer your questions. Just it's quarter to 12. Shall we continue at o'clock? Manuel, cannot see you. It's good? All right. Thank you. All right, thank you, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the break. We are going to continue I'll see, but I think it's going to be a very interesting, and at least it's an important topic, which is the evaluation of GFlowNets. It's something we haven't covered yet, and it's very important if you get to use the GFlowNets to know, okay, is it working? It's not working. Is this better than other things? So we're going to have Emmanuel, who has a lot of experience on this, to tell us about how to evaluate GFlowNet methods.
Thanks. Yeah. So I struggle a lot making these slides because there's simultaneously a lot of things to talk about, but also it's not something that I guess we're doing right. So happy to get questions and thoughts from everyone. So there's lots of ways to kind of look at your GFlowNet. Is it training correctly? Is it learning the right things? I'll try to go over a bunch and hopefully do that relatively fast so we can all go to lunch. So of course, GFlowNets are designed to fit some reward function, energy function. So of course you can kind of just measure that. In some cases, you can actually compute exactly what the probability of some point is given your parameters. But in the general case, you can't really. Nonetheless, when you're developing your code base or trying a new thing, you probably definitely want to do the minimal setup. Like if you're generating a graph, generate 2 nodes, then you can measure this exactly. And there's several metrics you can use then. So one is obviously the correlation between the predicted reward, the predicted probability and the actual reward. And then typical divergences on probabilities. So the 2 classic we've been using is just divergence. And then this L1 distance between the log probabilities. It's also pretty interesting because it also tells you on the lower tail of things how your model is performing. I've seen some papers reporting things like total variation sort. And it's fairly easy to code. Depends on, of course, what exactly you're doing. But typically, you kind of want to generate for a single point, generate a graph of ancestors that it has, and then kind of ask your model what's the policy, and then for those policies at every state of all the ancestors, get the log probabilities of the actions that go from state to state. And then you kind of just do dynamic programming and recover things by adding together, log adding things together until you reach the zeroth state, zero. The very important thing, of course, here is to go in a topological order. Otherwise, you're going to have a bad time. And then at the end, the log probability you've computed at a zero, and not at a zero, sorry. The final state is the right one. Of course, when you're training something, you're going to stare at the loss. It's unavoidable. Typically, you get kind of this expected curve of at the beginning, the model is just kind of finding things out, and then pretty rapidly it plateaus and keeps decaying. It's fairly standard sight. But of course, that's not always the case. And loss can be misleading because you are always generating your own data. For local loss, like flow matching or DB loss, the tail balance loss, that actually can be kind of arbitrarily misleading because you're bootstrapping off of the model's own estimates. There can be a really big mismatch between the kind of losses that you see and how well the model is actually performing. This is something that has been studied in RL, but that I'm convinced transfers to GFlowNets. And then even for trajectory losses that don't have this locality problem, they're going to be cover dependent. And what do I mean by that? As your state distribution changes, as the model learns, what your training loss tells you is only how good your model is on your kind of training data or training distribution. It sometimes happens that as the model is discovering new things, you not only get spikes, but kind of entire swings of the loss that go back up. So an interesting thing about GFlowNets, of course, is that the flows encode some pretty interesting information. In particular, the terminal flows, right? So the flow between like some state and the terminating state should converge to the reward. So this is a plot, I think, from the original GFlowNet paper. We're looking at the edge flow of the stop action, basically. And typically it kind of correlates somewhat well with the reward, but it's never perfect. And another way to get this, if you're doing detail balance or even sub-TB, where you have the state flow parameterization, is to just multiply these two things together. You should get similar results if your model is learning well. You might want to stare at the intermediate flows as well of your model, particular because the state space is a DAG. Typically, although this is some caveats, but typically, as you go down the trajectory and get further away from S0, the flow should get smaller because there's just like less accessible stuff. It's not always true, but in most cases, it's a useful diagnostic. If you look at the predicted flow along a trajectory and it varies wildly, your model might not be learning very well. Flows can also be interesting, right? Recall that Z is the sum of all rewards in your MDP in theory. So something like an interesting way to debug your code is to give reward 1 everywhere and to see if the model is capturing accurately the total size of the state space. And then, of course, if you're doing trajectory losses, you may want to check if those are locally consistent, right? Just recalling here the detail balance, but this also works for flow matching. And vice versa, if you're training a model with detail balance, you may want to check that the trajectory balance loss is still consistent. In a lot of cases, looking at the log Z value is actually somewhat interesting. Typically, you'd want all your models to converge to the same value because they're all, in theory, learning the same problem. And if they're not, there might be some issues. And somewhat surprisingly, actually, I did this plot just for this presentation. I was surprised by the regularity of like the relationship between the average reward that the model is producing and the predicted log Z value. But it's somewhat consistent with what I've experienced. So yeah, something also useful to look at. Another big, selling point that we're trying to give with GFlowNets is that they are a diverse model that can sample from lots of places. So of course, you're going to want to measure that. Most modalities have some notion of distance or similarity between things. You should definitely always be looking at that. For molecules, we have notions from chemistry, but for strings, you have edit distance, and these kinds of things. It's really important to sometimes debug your model and kind of make sure that they're not collapsing to some very small set of modes, or that they're not, on the contrary, kind of refusing to learn high reward things because there's like too many things that it wants to look at. It's typically what you'll see is actually that initially maybe the model will learn to sample really diverse things, but actually as training carries on and the model gets better at sampling, let's say, high reward things, of course, you're going to see that the diversity decreases or the similarity increases because typically there's less high reward objects than low reward objects, so they'll tend to be somewhat more similar. And then another typical way we've been looking at diversity is counting modes. Sometimes expensive because you end up doing lots of, actually it should be n-squared, you end up doing lots of pairwise things. And then some caveat is that you need to be very careful about how you kind of define what a mode is. It's not always trivial in many domains. And typically that involves some kind of choice of threshold. The typical way we've been reporting that is either kind of a historical measure or a at convergence measure. Right, so the historical one is you just look at all the samples in order that your model has sampled during training, kind of stare at that. The convergence version is you train your model, you throw away all the data you had, sample a new mini batch of n examples, and then look at the number of modes in that. And typically you'll have these two thresholds. What is the kind of minimal reward that's relevant to consider something to be a mode? And then what's the kind of similarity threshold between two things to be considered different enough to be two different modes? And I'll note here that there's a very closely related metric that you'll see reported in many GFlowNet papers, which is what we call diverse top K. So you're searching a space, and typically you want to kind of report the best things you found, but you also want to include in that some notion of how diverse your agent was. And the way we've been doing it is by saying, okay, we're going to look at all the modes and only pick the kind of argmax locally within that mode and report those K argmaxes average reward as the diverse top K scalar. And the way to do that is fairly straightforward. You just kind of sort the X's by the reward descending. And then you apply the same logic of thresholding the reward and the similarity and report the average reward of those particular objects. This has some issues. So this is somewhat cartoon plot, but happens in real life. So here I'm kind of showing on the left what happens. I forgot to label my axes. We're gonna make sense. But so here the y-axis is the number of modes, and the x-axis is the training progress. So here the agent is just visiting more and more things, and as it is visiting more things, it is finding more modes. So here I'm showing what happens to two different models if I change the similarity threshold on the left. And you'll notice that as the similarity threshold becomes smaller, there's just less new modes because it becomes way harder. You have to go way further in the state space to count something as new. And you'll also notice that depending on that choice, the order between the blue curve here and the orange curve might actually swap. So, you know, what this suggests is that the blue model is like more diverse than the orange model because it's able to kind of get things that are really far away, but finds kind of less of these things in an absolute number. Similarly, if you kind of have a reward between 0 and 1 in this example, depending on where you set the threshold, you might find that your ranking between models differs, right? So for example, here, once again, the blue model is a bit more diverse, right? So if you set the reward threshold relatively low, it has found lots of things with rewards pointing to or more. More than the orange model. But if you set the reward threshold really high and you really look at only the very few best examples, because the orange model is a bit more greedy, then for those high reward objects, it might have found more of them. So something to be mindful of when looking at these things. I mentioned diverse top K. I guess I'm repeating myself a bit. But this is just kind of plots from papers. Typically, you'd want to report like multiple Ks. I think that's pretty good practice because, again, that might change the ranking, that might change like the information that you're presenting. And you might also want to report both the kind of historical view, like as training progresses, we require more data, here's how this progresses, but also once you've trained a model, here's how good it is. Yeah, something I've actually started doing somewhat recently is to monitor the entropy. of the policy. It can be a pretty interesting indicator. Sometimes things go wrong and the entropy is fine, and sometimes things go wrong and the entropy is not fine. And it can be a somewhat specific symptom. This is like n=1 in some sense, but like too much gradient clipping, too big a learning rate, your model's learning too fast, and it's becoming really, really opinionated in either PF or PB. And PB1 is actually very interesting. I think it's been discussed many times, but I think it bears repeating that like the choice of the backward policy kind of influences the choice of where the flow is allocated in your flow network. And there's a few experiments in scattered left and right in papers suggesting that it does have a pretty important influence on how fast and how well your model is going to learn. And there's a delicate balance between some kind of maximum entropy flow that pushes the model to kind of allocate flow everywhere and be very curious at the expense of it being harder to learn, and something that's maybe lower entropy where the flows are more focused, which, you know, you can use that to infuse some interesting priors, actually. But yeah, it's a delicate trade-off that I think we don't fully understand very well yet. So GFlowNets seem to be pretty robust in general and diverse, and you'll rarely see that the forward policy in that sense collapses, but it does happen, especially, I think you've heard about conditional model and temperature conditional models a bunch. When then changing in temperature to be too low, one common kind of side effect is that suddenly your model says, oh, all the reward is there and everything has 0 reward. So I'm just going to become super greedy. And this is due to like weird learning dynamics, and does happen. It's sometimes hard to kind of deal with. And of course, if you work with extremely sparse domains where exploration is hard, or the reward is kind of poorly normalized, then you can also get these collapse problems. And this is when, I think, going back to Jared's talk, you really want to pay attention to exploration methods and try a lot of things. Something that I guess we don't talk about a lot in GFlowNet is test sets. You probably want to be using a test set, but then it's not obvious what to do with it. And it's not obvious how to create it. If all you're given is a reward and then some kind of MDP, it's not obvious how you should be choosing your kind of test set, and that will depend on your problem. So the kind of easiest is to sample states uniformly and call that your test set. And by the way, when I say test set, it is the best practice, of course, is to kind of check whenever you're training on something that it's not in a test set, and if so, kind of multiply the loss by 0. But that can be non-trivial in a lot of domains. In graphs, for example, you have to do some kind of WO test to make sure that the graphs are different. That can be expensive, but it might be worth it, especially if you're training your last model that you're going to report in the paper. You probably want to be doing that. Yes, so sampling uniformly is kind of easy, but in a hard enough problem where the rewards are sparse enough, you'll have a very uninteresting test set. One line that's actually missing here is you sample uniformly a lot, and then you bin your rewards, bin your states by reward, and you pick equal numbers of states from each bin, and then you kind of have a uniform-ish distribution over rewards, at least, of these states. The problem if you do that is that typically you will have to kind of repeat high reward states because you won't have found lots of them. Yeah. Another classic way to do this is you train a bunch of model and you take their samples basically to form a new test set for the future. That's usually more interesting because you end up with more diverse, higher quality, higher reward data. But then you might miss the mode collapse or kind of lack of exploration that your models are doing. And in some cases, you do have actually a test set, right? So in a lot of molecular domains, let's say you're training your reward on some data set of predictions, your reward predictor might have some test set. You're totally allowed to also use that test set for your generative model to see how it performs there. And in particular, in molecular domains, for example, there's some pretty interesting notions of, let's say, scaffold splitting, where you're carefully crafting modes that are left out in your test set, and they make for a very interesting out of distribution domain. So, okay, you have a test set. What do you do with it? You probably want to measure the fit somewhat. So earlier I was discussing, well, I think my first slide, if you have some model, you can measure P of X exactly. That's very interesting. You should definitely be doing that on your test set. But that's only possible if the number of ancestors of a particular point is reasonable. If it's not, well, you might wait years to kind of compute P of X exactly. What you can do instead is approximate it, but then the approximations tend to be really hard and also computationally intensive. So for the classical approximation, of course, is like the importance sampling. So here what you would do is take your x's from the test set, sample trajectories backward from, let's say, your backward policy or any policy really, and then measure the probability that your forward policy assigns to that trajectory. Do a bunch of these measurements to take a Monte Carlo sample of that expectation and report that as P of X. The problem, of course, is that here you're dividing by some potentially extremely small number, so you might have a bad numerical time. There are bounds, of course, that do this on a log scale, so it's more numerically stable. But in my experience, they're rarely very accurate. So I think it's still kind of an open problem of, at scale, how do we measure that GFlowNets kind of really learn the distribution we're after? Yes, and then of course, there's other things you can measure. Measuring the loss on your test set is not a bad idea, actually. Typically, I think in my experience, it's been a good sign of either end of learning or collapse, or like model is unable to learn more when the kind of training loss plateaus at some particular value, and then that same loss is a trajectory balance applied on your test set also plateaus, but at much higher values. Seems a good indicator of your training is done. Of course, you can apply the other losses, as I was mentioning earlier, to see if they're consistent. You can look at things like terminal flows. And then, of course, depending on your application, you probably want to be using all the metrics from the domain. In images and chemistry, there's Frechet scores that are pretty valuable and should probably be really taken into account. I think I have one more slide. Oh, yeah. I've heard this myth that there are drunk GFlowNets out there. And I thought, why not try to explore this just for this talk? So this is a very typical picture if you're mode counting. GFlowNets will kind of just keep going, keep discovering new things if your state space is large enough and compute is limited enough. And so the question is, like, you know, this top line here has discovered lots of modes. That's a bit suspicious. Is it still capable of sampling the modes that you saw earlier? So, you know, does GFlowNet forget modes? I tried some experiments. I don't know if it's worth going into the details given the time and the lunch, but basically, open question, I think, is going to depend on the domain and the application. What I'm showing here on the left plot is kind of, if you take the example sample here, at this time during training progress, what is the kind of odds that it's going to be resampled in the future? Seems pretty stable, but with some variance. Similarly here, I take some X here and I ask, okay, when is the next time that the X is revisited? Seems to be somewhat consistent and stable, although for a fair proportion of them, so what I'm plotting in orange here, they're just simply never revisited. So maybe a bit suspicious. I think it's worth investigating, worth keeping in mind if your problem is complex enough. So I will stop here, take questions, and thank you.
That was great. Thank you, Manuel. Very instructive. Do we have questions from the audience? Tristan?
So it's not a question, it's a comment about using the test set and a measure of fit. So something that we found, especially when it comes to using importance sampling to estimate this PF of the trajectory, something that we found useful is to bootstrap this value using beam search, because what we want is to find trajectories that have a very high PF, that are the ones that are going to contribute the most to the metric. So bootstrapping with that, like let's say 1,000 trajectories that have the highest, like it's still heuristic,
right, yeah.
Using beam search.
And
then,
that's when you have a trained PB? Yeah.
Yeah, once you have trained everything. Yeah.
And have you checked the entropy of that PB? Because I think, well, I haven't done anything, but one thing I want to do is like, if you minimize the entropy of PB, that might be a better metric, because then.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Yeah. Okay.
It's
but
just
yeah,
like
that's
for reporting at the end, like
really cool trick.
once everything is true.
Okay, thanks.
I have one question myself, if there's no other questions. I was intrigued by the, at the beginning of your presentation, you had this metric or potential metric of the, if S, the flow of S prime should be smaller than the flow of S. I had never thought of that. I've never computed this. So it makes a lot of sense. I hadn't, how do you actually use this, if you have used it, and what is it useful for, what kind of things?
Yeah, I think I used it more as a sanity check as I'm developing something new. I don't know if it's really like worth reporting in a paper, but it made me found some weird bugs. So worth considering.
Is it something that is satisfied in general? It improves over training? Yeah, I'm very curious. Maybe we can talk about that,
but improves over training, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Satisfied in general, I don't know. I think not necessarily.
Does it go to? Did you do it over the training trajectories?
Yeah, exactly.
Over training trajectories.
Yeah, I haven't explored this super deeply, but I found this to be useful when debugging.
Yeah, cool. I definitely learned something. Any other questions before we go for lunch? I see your brain saying lunch. Okay, let's do it. Thank you, Emmanuel. We continue at 2 p.m. Okay.
Hello. Check, check, check. Check, check.
All right, so I hope you all had a great lunch. We are going to restart in a couple of minutes. So yeah, you can get your coffee or tea, water, and get comfortable. Good. Oh, I need to join the call. Press on. Press what? On. I'm not very good with it. Maybe. It's all right. But perhaps from your side, the recording thing that needs to be there, no? Yeah, I'm gonna wait like a minute or so to give people time to come back to the chairs, and we'll start in a moment. Okay, I think it's a good time to get started. Welcome back for the last afternoon of the workshop. I hope you had a chance this morning to see some of the projects we have been working on here at Mila using GFlowNets. The idea when we prepared this day was to give you the chance to see different things. I guess not everything you saw was super relevant to you, but the hope is that at least you saw something that is sufficiently close to what you are interested in and give you some inspiration, help you get some motivation to perhaps use GFlowNet. And then in this session, the goal is to actually see how to use it. And I thought that a good way to do that would be to actually, do the kind of thing you would have to do if you decide to go home and then give it a try, which is, get some code and code your own thing. It's a little bit of a challenge. It's a bit wild. I have never done this, so bear with me. I hope it goes well. But the idea is to do to code a GFlowNet environment. We'll see what an environment is from scratch, or almost from scratch, and do it together. All right. So I thought, we could do like materials or molecules or something like that, but the chances are that would be far from the domain of many of you. So I thought that something more intuitive and easy to code, easy to understand for all of us would be something inspired by the Scrabble game that probably most people know. If not, doesn't matter, I will explain quickly. So this Scrabble is this game where you have like tiles with letters, and you usually play with multiple players, and you have to cross letters on a board and so on. Here we are not crossing words. The idea is simply to form English words with up to 7 letters, which is the number of letters you usually get on your Scrabble thingy. And then we could come up with a reward, like a score function, which would be essentially the Scrabble score, right? So the sum of the scores in each letter. It's a pretty easy looking environment, but actually, if you think of it, it's a very, very hard task. Okay, so, and I think it's more or less well suited for GFlowNet for the following reasons. I'll try not to extend myself too much here, otherwise I won't have time to code the whole thing. But yeah, if you think a little bit of the difficulty of the task, the number of combinations you can make would be like 26 to the 7 with up to 7 letters, 26 to the 7 plus 26 to the 6 plus 26 to the 5 and so on. So that's about 10 to the power of 10. That's a big number. It's not as big as, like the materials or molecules that we have discussed in the morning, but it's pretty big. I downloaded a vocabulary of English words that actually Kolya recommended. So thanks to Kolya for that. And if I remove all the letters of the words that have more than 7 letters, I end up with a bit less than 100,000 words. And this is very, very inclusive. Like it has very weird words that, don't make much sense, but, they are there. So why I didn't spend time like trimming that. So similar task to what we have in for example, I've talked about crystals or molecules at vast space, and only a small size of it is relevant. And only a small size of this relevant like words in the vocabulary will have high score. Okay, so in this regard, it's a similar environment. Some words, for example, just to illustrate for illustration purposes. So free here, the word free, I don't know if you can see it, but it has like F 4 points, R1, E1, so it's like 5, 6, 7 points. And the other one, hope, the better reward, 7, 8, 9. Okay, cool. We'll see. If the word is not in the dictionary, we'll just give it a 0 in the vocabulary. All right, so a little bit of what this environment would look like. We're gonna do it. So you've seen this many times. So I stole it from Emmanuel shamelessly, like many other people. Yeah, in general, the GFlowNet graph is a directed acyclic graph. The way we're going to do it today is actually not a DAG. It's going to be just a tree because it will be autoregressive. The state space will be all the possible combinations of tiles from 0, which is the source state. We start from 0 up to 7 letters, and we're going to add 1 by 1. So that would be our action space. The actions are going to be which letter
I'm going to add to my sequence. And we're going to do it in a way that is like sampling with replacement kind of thing. You know, you can repeat letters. So the most simple thing. And there will be, apart from the letters you see here, there will be a special action which will be stop. So it is possible to construct words with less than 7 letters. Does that make sense to everybody? Otherwise, please ask questions because nothing will make sense anymore. All good? Perfect. So with a little bit of code, what we can do is represent letters. Usually when we won't use the strings when working with text to make our life a little bit easier. So what I'm going to do here is to just give an index to each of the 26 letters in English. So for example, if our letter set is just A, E, I, L, M, and O, we have, the indices from 1 to 6, and then we'll have a special token, the underscore, just arbitrary, to pad the words, and we'll give it index 0. Could be different. This is just a choice I've made. So if we want to represent the word Mila, it would just be the list of indices of each of the letters, 5, 3, 4, 1. Hopefully I didn't make a mistake and it's consistent with what I wrote above. And the actions, actually, the actions would just be like tuples in the code I will use with the index of the letter, single element tuple with the index of the letter. Okay, and there will be a special action, which we call EOS, end of sequence, for the stop action. And that's it. We don't need any more. Does that make sense as well? Perfect. So I'm going to use this GFlowNet implementation. You have the link there. Just 30-second advertisement of this is that a key design principle in this code is that it's actually easy to extend to code new environments, and it already includes a bunch of them like hypergrid, hypercube, torus, tetris, crystals, molecules, DNA, both discrete, continuous, hybrid, and it's based on it uses Hydra configuration for those who are familiar with this, and it supports 1DB to see the results and etc. And it's been used by a bunch of papers and developed by now a good number of people at Mila, many of them here in this room. So what we're going to do, it relies a lot on this implementation of GFlowNet, obviously. So we're going to abstract away from a lot of the complexity to make the GFlowNet agent and so on. But the idea is, if you want to do something for yourselves, you would start with just writing a GFlowNet environment. And a GFlowNet environment itself is, you can think of it as if you are familiar with reinforcement learning, it would be the set of things, actions, space that allows you to move in this graph, implicit graph of the GFlowNet. And the implementation has like a parent base class of the environment. And then if we create a new one, because we will inherit in Python terms from this base environment, the methods that we need to change are just a few of them. So we'll have to write an init method. Okay. Here we will define the attributes of the environment, what is the end of sequence action, what is the source state, and a few other things. Then we have to write a method that defines the action space. This is for discrete environments. So this is just a list of all the possible actions. We've mentioned that before. And we need a step method, give it an action, update the current state of the environment. There's another method that retrieves the parents of a state and the actions from those parents towards the state. There's a method with a long name that I should rename to something shorter, but currently it's get mask invalid actions forward. It determines, given state, it determines the invalid actions from the state. This will be key for adding the constraints I talked in the talk I gave this morning in the little presentation about crystal GFlowNets. And then there's a bunch of helper methods that allows us to convert into different formats of the states. Proxy to policy to something human readable and back. And that's it. Any questions? No? Then let's code. Very briefly, my objectives for this will be the following. So demonstrate that it's not so hard and time consuming to get started with GFlowNet for a new problem. You know, given of course the availability of the different libraries we've been building at Mila. And then for this session, if you want to code along, you're very welcome. But I've designed it in a way that you can just watch, see what I'm gonna do, try to understand rather than code yourself and maybe miss some of the details. So that said, like feel free to ask any questions. That will be the key. Like if something doesn't make sense, just raise your hand or go to a mic and ask. And the focus for me will be on what we have to do and why we do it, rather than the specific implementation, because the how, there's different ways of coding things. All right. Okay. So the first thing, if you use this repository, the first thing you would do would be to go to that and clone it, right? So I'm gonna do it even like that from scratch, almost from scratch. So I don't know if this is big enough, probably no. So I will just clone this, call it GFN live. Okay, why not? All right. Go to GFN live, and here as well. This is just a shell with tmux. If it's not big enough, let me know. Here we have a bunch of things, but what we care about is the directory where we put the environments. And I have, that would be EMS here. And I have created, oh, wait. We need to prepare a branch with some stuff, so it's almost from scratch. So I will just check out this branch, GFN minus workshop minus demo. And now we should have a Scrabble. So here we go. What I've done here is like the skeleton of what we need to code. I already have some doc strings to help us, the imports, this simple list of like tuple of with the letters. And then the class imports GFlowNet env, the parent class. And then I have the methods that we need to code with already with the arguments and the doc string, but they're gonna be empty or almost empty. We just wrote a pass there. Okay, so we're gonna go together this thing. I would, cheat a little bit, like printed the solution, but this is for you to make it less wild. All right. So first thing, I think it would make sense to code the init method. I've already written the arguments here: letters, max length, and path token. So we could just add them here. Letters. It's going to be an iterable with the tokens, and we're going to make it known by default. Then we have max length. In case we want to change this, will be an integer, and by default is 7, like in the game, so we keep it there. And the padding token, which can be there should be a string because the letters are string. So, and we will use 0, but could be anything as well. All right, that's the arguments. Now we have to just initialize the main attributes. So it would be self letters equal to the letters, max length will be max length. There's a lot of boring parts, but this is the drawback of doing this live. But we'll do it together. If there's something that doesn't make sense, or you would do differently, like let me know. I would do something like if letters is known. By the way, it's just a question, but is everybody more or less comfortable with Python? Anybody is like, no, first time I'm looking at Python code. Okay, perfect. I should have asked this before, but so if letters is known, then we'll make self letters equal to what the thing that was up here. This thing. And else we take the attribute, the argument from the method. And then we need to define a couple of other things that will be useful later. One thing will be the number we will use for the end of sequence action. What can just be -1, just to make it different to the letters. And we will also need an index for the padding token, which will be 0. This arbitrary, can be anything. Okay, then we're going to create a couple of dictionaries that will be useful to convert between the token, which is a string, the letter, and the index. So the first one will be like index to token. Yeah, and this will be a dictionary. And because the letters start from 1, so it will be the index plus 1 will be equal to the token, and then we iterate over the tokens. We get the index and the token in the letters. But we should enumerate to get the index. Looks good. I think so. That will be just the dictionary with the letters. We will add now the padding token. So we have already self pad IDX equal to self pad token. So we're just adding the token. All right, and now the inverse, which will be from token to index. This would be, we can just iterate. Yeah, should be easy. IDX or index token. That should give us the key and the value of the other dictionary to build the inverse, and that's it. Make sense so far? All right. Now, something that is important in the environments, and we, in this library, we do it in the init method, is to define the source state. So it's just self.source. And because we're going to start from an empty state, like an empty sequence of letters, it will just be the index of the padding, just the max length. Okay, so state is going to be a list of 7 integers. That would be self. And there's just one more thing.
which is the end of sequence action, which we said it will be tuples. So self, yes, IDX. That's it. I think we're done with the init. We've initialized the attributes, and then a couple of dictionaries that will be useful for the rest of the class, and then define the source and define the end of sequence action. Questions? No. So now get action space. It was one of the Turn off the lights. Yeah. Yeah, I guess. Is it better? Okay, perfect. So one of the methods we had after init is get action space. So let's do that one. This is just a list with all the actions. As simple as that. So a list with all the actions will just be, so we have the dictionary. We need to iterate over that. So it will be a tuple. And it will be the indices. So it's token to index. We pass the token. We iterate over the tokens in turning the letters. This is wrong. That looks better. So that's a list with the indices of the letters, with the tuples with the indices of the letters, and we will add the one for the end of sequence action. This is just that. Actually, we don't need. That should be it, I believe. And yeah, we just return this thing. I think that's correct. We'll see later if it's correct or not. I'm looking at my notes, but I cannot do like a matching thing. Yeah. You want to do it on the microphone so we can hear you? Thank you.
Just a question about your init method. In the path token, what did you put? Why did you put 0 instead of the underscore? As in your slides, you put the underscore when there was on the letter. Like,
oh, you're right.
I mean,
yeah, you're right. Just because I think initially I had done it with, yeah, we can do that.
Oh,
that's fine. Yeah, thank you. That's just our choice. Okay, now we have the step method. This receives an action. And we just need to apply this action to the state. And by the way, we haven't done it explicitly, but the environment will have a self.state. So there in the base environment, that's where you would see these things, what is available and what not. Of course, this is a bit more complex, but there is a reset method that is called at the beginning, and this defines the state at the beginning. It's just at the beginning, it just copies the source. That's it. Okay, so we need to update the state given the action as an argument. I kept these 3 lines or 4 lines of code that are generic for all environments. So this is just, you would never have to change this in discrete environments unless you do weird things. Sometimes, you can do weird things. But in general, this will be just like that. And now what we need is, I'm gonna check my notes just to not make mistakes because it's gonna be a bit tight with time, I guess. So after these lines,
essentially, if we go beyond past these lines, it means that the action will be performed. Otherwise, do step will be false, and then it returns. So if we pass that point, the first thing is to say that valid will be true. Because we have to, by the way, we have to return, it's written here, but we have this method will return self-state, the updated state, the action that was passed, and whether it's valid or not. This is useful for some things. And one thing that the step method does is incrementing this attribute of the environment, which is the number of actions that have been performed in the trajectory. So we also need to do that. And now we can have two types of actions. One is if it's the end of sequence. In that case, it will be easy if action is the end of sequence action. We're gonna do something which is, there's another special, so I'm explaining things on the fly, but there's a special, another special attribute of the classes, which is, we call it here, done. This is true if the trajectory is finished and false otherwise. So if the action is end of sequence, we're just gonna set this to true. That's it. And then we have to return state, action, and valid. So we don't need to modify the state because it's just the same. The only thing that changes is done, the action as it came, and valid, which is true. Now, if it is not the end of sequence action, we need to update the state. And this we're gonna do. So we will have to, what we need to do here is get the position, the first position in the list that doesn't have a padding index, right? And update that one with the index of the action. I could do it directly here, but because it's something I use a couple of times, I created this helper method, get sequence length. It's just the effective sequence, the number of letters that have been added to the sequence. So I'm gonna code this quickly. It's just a couple of lines. So this one, it can have two cases. One is if there is still padding. So I will just check at the last item in the list. If this is equal to the padding index, the last item in the if it's equal to the padding index, we can return. We just need to get the index of the okay, I'll write it and then explain. I think that's fine. Yeah. So this will give me, now I'm taking the index in the list of the first item that has the self.paddIDX. Does that make sense? Simple. If it happens, if this if is not true, then we just need to return the length of that means that the sequence is full, and we just need to return the length of the state. That's it. Okay. So we go back to the step, and now that we have this helper method, it's easy to update because we know that state. Now we can call get sequence length. This will be updating the first index with a padding, and this will be equal to the item in the action. I think that's it. Yeah, that would be it. Return everything. No, wait, we need to self-state.
yeah, we have to do it on the attribute of the class. We just return that action and valid. Close this thing. All right. I don't know if it was a bit quick, maybe the opposite. Is everybody following? Yeah, questions?
What happens if this get sequence length returns you the length of the full state? So what if the state is already full?
Yeah, we could catch that, but the thing is, it would be caught already by this piece of code. Oh, sorry, by this one. If the state is full, then the only possible action will be the end of sequence, and it will never reach this part. We could be super careful about it and catch that possibility, but because we rely on other things working, it's safe. Yeah, if get sequence length is equal to the length of the list, the only possible action will be EOS, and it will return here. That's why I'm not doing it explicitly, but you could do it. It's just more code. But yeah, you're right. It's something at the beginning when I was coding this and the repository was less robust. I had a lot of these things to make sure that now it's in a state where things are robust. And also you have to make sure to code things properly. But yeah, that's a good point. Okay, the next method. Is there any other questions about step? Yeah. Oh yeah, sure.
I didn't understand why the actions are tuples with a single element. What's the point in having this? Why not just the integer?
Just because in other environments, the actions can be more complex.
Oh, so they have to be tuples because of the types, is it right?
Because it's just because in the repository it was decided that they're represented by tuples, and the reason for being tuples and they can have multiple elements is just because, for example, imagine we code this differently, this Scrabble thing, and instead of just autoregressively adding tokens, the action could be the token and the position in the sequence. Then we need two numbers, and that would be a tuple with two numbers.
Okay, great.
So this gives us the flexibility of doing more complicated things.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Yeah, good question. Well, good. So you see, so far nothing. This is not rocket science. It's just a little bit of simple Python. So now we have get parents. We have to get the parents of the state that is passed as an argument, or it can also be, there's a lot of pieces of code that is, if it is known, then the self state is taken. I'm skipping these details, but this is handled by this couple of lines. Get state. If state is known, it takes self.state. That's it. So this method sometimes can be a little complicated because you have to make sure to catch all the possible parents of the state. You could skip this actually if you just train with trajectory balance because you don't need to get the parents. But we're gonna code it just for the fun of it. See if I find it to my cheat sheet. Yeah.
So you said for trajectory balance, you don't need to code it, but don't you need it also for PV? When you...
Oh, you're right. You're right. No, it's for I did something wrong. It's for continuous environments that we don't code this thing, but maybe for trajectory balance. No, probably you do need it. Yeah. I take that back. Thank you, Tristan, for fact checking, live fact checking. Okay, so there's different cases for the parents that we're gonna catch. One is if the trajectory is done. So that's probably the easiest. If the trajectory is done, then the only parent is the state itself. And this method returns a list of parents and a list of actions, okay? So I will just do this one easily.
This will return not self-state, but state because we take it from there. And the action will be just the index, the EOS action. So that's it. That's the easiest case. If it's done, just one parent, which is the state itself, and the only possible action, the action of that transition is end of sequence. We have another special case, which is if the state is the source state. So let's catch that. We have a special method in the parent class, which is equal. Actually, I mean, for here, we can, I'll do it like that. I don't know. I could just do, okay, that would do the trick, but there's this method. Yeah, anyway, I think that's fine. If the state is the source state, what would be what we have to return? If the state is the source, what are the parents of the source state? Anybody? Nothing. Empty lists. Right. Okay, and now the more fun part. This is a very simple environment. So we have a sequence with, say, I think maybe I can use the slides. We have, that sequence, Mila. The parent of that is just 5, 3, 4, and then zeros, right? So we just need to code this. And we can use again this method that we coded before to get the position of the first padding letter token. So we can call this last letter, and then we subtract 1. This will give us the position of the last letter. And then the parent. So first we copy the state. We don't want to change that. Python things. And the parent, we need to modify that position of the last letter. We need to put the padding index. I'm getting it right. Okay. And the action would be just the state, the index of the state that we've just removed in the parent. This just needs to be a tuple to make things work, but that would be it. And because there's just one parent and one action from that parent, we just return that. And that's it. Again, this is probably one of the methods that is most complicated or more, requires thinking about how to efficiently get all the parents and all the actions. But in this case, it's really easy. Okay, we're almost there. 17 minutes. Okay, I'll try to do it. There's this method, get mask invalid actions forward. Could even skip this. I'm not sure if things would work, but I recommend to do it. But this is really what enables the code, the GFlowNet framework, to impose these constraints that I was talking about before. Here, for an initial implementation, sorry, close this little thing. We will just do something pretty basic, which is that all the actions are valid always, except if the sequence is full, it's at maximum length, which just the only valid action would be EOS. So this is what the question before Sasha was saying. Well, what if? So if we implement it here, then we're good. We're just hard constraining the transitions.
See if I can find my cheat sheet. Okay, again, I'll try to speed up a little bit. We have a couple of cases. So if it is done, we just, okay, maybe I need to say that this is a list with Boolean values. And it's a Boolean value, true or false, for each action in the action space. Okay? So if it is done, all the actions are invalid. So we just need to return true. And we have something which is action space dim. This is the dimensionality of the action space, but we could also take length of, it's just the length of the action space that we've coded before. So that's it. Now we need to catch the case where we're not done, but the sequence is full. That is the case if the last item is different to solve path IDX. This is the case. I'm going to initialize. No, I'm going to do this differently, sorry. If it is equal, everything is fine. All actions are valid, meaning they're not invalid. So that means false. It's a bit confusing, but it is this way because normally you cannot be 100% sure that an action is valid. And that's why instead of talking about valid actions, we talk about invalid actions. You can be sure that some actions are invalid, and that's the reason. Okay, that would be it. Got lost my cheat sheet. But yeah, otherwise, if this is not, so we pass that point, then we can do true, all invalid. No. Space dim, and then we need to take self action space index, the index of the end of sequence action, and we make this one false. I think that's right. I don't find the part, but I think that would do. And that. Okay. Did that make sense? Did a little bit quickly maybe, but yeah. What matters is, again, like the what and the why. So we just need to constrain the actions. And we can do a lot more things here. We are not going to do it now. But this is the place where you would put your constraints. Maybe it's a good time to mention. So something we could do better here. So it's like incorporate domain knowledge. And what domain knowledge would we have here? So it's something I haven't coded yet, but would like to do. So I've just did this like last week. But we're dealing with English words. So maybe we can do stuff like, in English, there's no words with the same letter repeating 3 times. So we could just prevent this. If there is a letter that is twice in the sequence, we just remove that from the action space. Or we say, in English, we don't have the combination of, I don't know, X, H. Maybe there's something. I don't know, maybe, yeah. But I don't know. You can do these sort of things and hard coding them here in this method. And that will reduce the search space. That will trim the graph, right? It will accelerate the training. Okay, that would be it in terms of, the core methods of the GFlowNet movements, actions, environment. The only thing that remains is these boring conversions that will help you convert your state that now it's indices of a list, just a list with indices, into something that's good for a proxy model, something that's good for the policy model, So the neural network that deals with the policy forward and backward. And then these methods I have to make the sequences readable. In this case, it will be obvious what that would be, like just the letters. So because we don't have a lot of time, I will go quickly, but this is rather boring. So maybe I just kind of copy paste visually what I have here. Yeah, what I did for state to proxy. So proxy is the thing in the repository that computes rewards, or the thing that will be the input to a reward. So in that case, because we have a list of indices, and normally the proxies work with torch, we can so far we haven't done any torch here. Now we're going to convert this to torch. But that's it. It's just because the proxy model I did is in torch, but it could also deal with the lists. I have a helper. Actually, I'll just do it like this: torch dot tensor states. Okay, I think that would do. Just converting to torch. Yeah, this receives a list of lists. States is a list of lists. It converts an entire batch. Now for policy, the by default thing to do would be to make like a one hot encoding of the letters. So that I will. So we can actually copy paste this one. Now we have the states in torch, and I'm just gonna do the one hot encoding of this using this PyTorch method that I don't know by heart, so I will just. So you give it the states, and then you give it the number of items that you can have. And then you reshape this into the right shape and make it floats. And that's it, I believe. Okay, looking good. Then readable. State to readable is just converting the indices into the letters. So I have a couple of, this is for just one state. I coded these methods that I didn't remove to not, because this is not very interesting. This is not GFlowNet specific, so I decided to keep it. But this pad, I have a method to pad and unpad the sequences. You see, it's just one line. So I will just use that. State to readable. Then would be state equals, we have to unpad the thing and then return. This is a bit boring, sorry. So convert to string, and we're gonna use this dictionary that we made at the beginning. Convert the index to token, we pass it the index, and we're gonna space to that, and then iterate over the indices in the state. Boom, and then we remove the space on the last item. That would do. And this is the same thing, but for, you know, the other way around. Sorry, I'm just gonna do it kind of quickly.
Readable string. If it's empty, it will return just the source state. I've made a mistake somewhere because this is complaining. Oh, yeah. Okay. Sorry. Going to path. Here, the other way around, token to index. Pass the token and iterate over tokens in the readable that we split by spaces. That's not space, that is space. All right, close the parentheses. I think it looks fine. Okay, I think we're done. Let's see. Okay, so we're done with the environment. Hopefully I haven't made any mistakes. Now, what remains, just because of this Hydra configuration thing, is we need to simply create a configuration file for this environment. I've done that already. I'm gonna show you how simple this is. So it is in config env, and I have created scrabble.yaml. It's a YAML file. It is just this. It tells it take the base configuration, and it tells Hydra where to find the class. That's it. ID Scrabble. The rest is just nothing important. So that's all you need, and we can go to a shell and run this thing. Cross my fingers. Okay, so there is a main. It's a main file with all the stuff that initializes things, and we just specify which environment we want to run like this, and we also have to specify the proxy. I'm gonna test it just with the uniform proxy, which is the same reward for all, like one for all states, and we also have to pass this user because there are many people using it. Yeah, it's technicality. Let's see. No, didn't work. And letters, what is this? Okay, I'm gonna try to debug this quickly. If not, I will show you I will do it with the solution. Oh, I forgot to. Yeah, I just forgot to add one thing here. Yeah. Yeah, it's trading. Cool. Okay, so it works more or less. You see the loss going down, but Emmanuel told you before that the loss is not super meaningful, but seems to go down. Well, doesn't matter. Then I just have 2 more minutes, but I would like to show you a couple of things. This is just with the uniform reward, which is not very interesting. I told you before about the more interesting Scrabble thing. That would be in GFlowNet. No, sorry, whoop. I'm gonna close this. That's the proxy, right? And proxies live in GFlow. No. Well, proxies live in GFlowNet.proxy, and I already coded Scrabble.py. So this is another thing you would have to do. I did it already, and we are not doing here because it is not very GFlowNet specific. But this is just not a big class. I call it here Scrabble Scorer, and this essentially has to implement this call method that, given us a batch of states, it returns a torch, one-dimensional torch tensor with the rewards for each item in the batch. That's it. So we can cancel that. And now we could just replace proxy by Scrabble. And this would train with an interesting, more interesting reward. And this is pretty slow to compute this reward. So you see, because it has to look in the dictionary and so on. But what I'm gonna do is show you, could I take like 5 minutes? Do you think it would be fine? Just to, you think I can take 5 minutes? Yeah. Yeah.
I also have a question. Is there, I mean, the loss that is used to train, like, do we make sure that we have a valid trajectory, for instance, the word that I created are meaningful? Like, what if I created a word of 7 letters in this case, for instance, but it's actually not an English word, so it's not a valid scribble word?
Yeah, this is actually what I want to show.
Oh, cool.
So if we just initialize the environment, so we just run this and we don't do anything to train it, the trajectories is going to sample. Oh shit, sorry. The trajectories is going to sample are just random, right? So it won't be English words. So we're gonna see that quickly. If I take 5 minutes, sorry, I forgot to install IPDB to put a breakpoint. I'm just putting a breakpoint after the initialization of the environment, and we're gonna see exactly what you were saying. So I have a breakpoint here, and I have some stuff like, you know, we can look at this. M state is just, sorry, you cannot see it well, but maybe you see it now. The initial state is just zeros, and then we can do make a step, and I pass it an action, the 7, for example. And it, you know, it works. It does what it's supposed to do, what we have coded. We can reset, and we can do a trajectory random. So this will sample a random trajectory, just, you know, and we end up, this is the state in the end. That's the state and the actions. And if we sampled a batch of states without training, the chances are they're all going to be random. So I have already trained one model with this. I didn't do a lot of optimization, but I can show you quickly the dynamics of, you know, the training curves for this. Can I take the mic to show here? So I'm sorry, I'm going a bit over time, but just I think for completeness. So here we have a couple of things. The loss, the typical loss that Emmanuel has shown before. It goes down very quickly. Is it working? Yeah. It goes down quickly, but doesn't tell us a lot about what's going on. Something that's a bit more interesting is, for example, what is the mean reward in the training batch as we train? And we start from 0 because it's just random words. But as we train, you see that this increases. This is good news. The mean reward in the batch is going up. So it's finding words that exist in the vocabulary and that have you know, better scores. This is the maximum of the reward in the batch. So it goes up to 16 or 17 or so. And then I have a couple of the metrics that Manuel talked about. This is the correlation between the probabilities of the trajectories in a test set that I just drew randomly and the rewards. And you can see that it starts from 0, no correlation, so complete trash. But as we train, it increases. So it means that it is learning more or less correct probabilities for the elements in the test set.
Just a comment that it's working. Forgot a slide in my talk, like about your average reward. That's really important.
Sorry?
About the average reward, that's really
Oh,
important.
yeah. yeah. The average reward, because that's, you know, that's supposed to increase. So it can go down and, you know, as it trains, but in general, it has to go up. So the very last thing I will do is the following. It's just to connect to the Mila cluster. And I had
No. This is not correct. What is this? Wait. I thought I had a... Sorry. I need to reconnect. I lost the terminal. I just wanted to show you like loading the model. What I did a couple of minutes ago was putting a breakpoint and sampling a random trajectory to see how the environment actually works. Now I want to do the same, but with after loading the pre-trained model to take a look at the batch and see some words if this connects at some point. Weird, because I thought I had this. No, come on. Yeah, you can play with this. I think it's worth at the beginning playing a little bit with, what are see what's the action space, look at the masks, etc. To see what is actually it's like a game, like what are the actions, what are the valid actions. Okay, so yeah, so here I am. Here I loaded sorry, I'll do this and then we'll go with questions. I loaded the model, and we can sample from the GFlowNet. This is the agent, GFlowNet. We have this method which is called sample batch. And we're going to say sample 100 trajectories forward, train false, so no random actions. Just get the batch. Didn't take too long. Yeah. Hello. Okay. What's going on? Okay, this is doing very weird things, unfortunately. Okay. We can, from this batch, we can see the states, which is just indices, so not very nice. But before, I just wrote the for loop to iterate over the terminating states and do this conversion thing, state to readable, so we can actually look at the words. Okay. So if we look at the words, this is the 100 words sampled by GFlowNet, and not all of them are going to be amazing, but we see, lab, casual, that word, I don't know, maths. There's no random. These are words that are in the dictionary, actually. It's not law, if this compare it to, we talked before that there is 10 to the 10 combinations and only 10 to the 5, so 100,000. So it's actually not easy to find words that are in the dictionary, and here we see many. And there's a funny thing that this dictionary actually has I'm just going to show you here. GFlowNet.utils, Scrabble, vocabulary, 7 letters. So these are letters that are in the dictionary. So you were looking like, oh, those are no words. Well, yeah, but this dictionary or vocabulary has weird things too. The last thing I will do is look at the rewards. So these are the rewards. A bit ugly to see. But yeah, those words actually are in the vocabulary, because except some here, so this would be 0, but the rest are 1, or some with 8, 13. So those are actually words that are in the vocabulary. So in other words, it means that it has learned something, has learned a little bit. We could say that this GFlowNet has learned a bit the morphology of English, with softening the claim a little bit, but it does. Okay, I'll stop it here, and I hope you
found it interesting, and yeah, take some questions. And sorry for going over time.
Yes, I had the question like at the first time you were using uniform rewards and then you changed the policy to scramble. What's the difference between both rewards? Like, how does that work?
What's the difference between?
Like you were using a uniform policy, I think, or a proxy, no? Like for the rewards.
Yeah.
And then you change to a scramble. Like, what are you introducing? What's the difference? No, you could explain over there.
Yeah, good question. So when I do proxy equal uniform, it's just that the reward is gonna be the same for all samples, all sequences in. So in particular, it's one, but it could be whatever. So if you train with this, it should learn to sample combinations of 7 letters with equal probability, with uniform probability. And when I put proxy equals Scrabble, it is a function, a reward function, like the one in the one I explained here in the, the Scrabble score, the sum of the score of each letter.
Okay.
Right? Does it make sense?
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the very nice tutorial. Maybe you explained before, but why does the loss converge while the reward still increases when you showed the...
Why the reward increases?
Yeah.
Because at the beginning, when you start training, it samples random sequences, right? The idea of GFlowNet is to sample proportionally to the reward function. So sequences with higher reward should be sampled with higher probability. So as GFlowNet becomes better at this,
still your policy doesn't change, right? If so your loss. Oh, sorry, it's not a loss. I thought this first, the upper left plot is your upper left.
Upper left, this? Oh, this is the batch size.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, this gives me an idea of the average length of the sequences.
Okay,
That's it.
Confused. I thought it's quite a loss, so that's why.
Yeah.
Okay, then it's normal. Sorry.
It's normal. Everybody understands this bit of why the mean reward goes up? Yeah. Okay. Is there any other question? No. Yeah. Good question. Is the policy MLP? Yeah, I was very lazy to do a transformer or something, but I think a transformer would make this a lot better and easier. But yeah, it's just an MLP with one hot encodings of the letters, which is also not the best choice. So this is like a very poor implementation, very basic. There's a lot of things that can be improved here. So just to show that even if you do like a initial attempt, takes a while to train because of the reward, but yeah, eventually it works. I cannot hear you, Lena. What is the batch size? I think it's 10 because I didn't change 10 or 100. No, it's 100. It's 100 because the batch size. So when you say batch size here, so the number of trajectories in the training batch is 100. That's why the batch size, which is the number of states here in this plot, is about 400 because on average they have length 4 or so. So it's trained for 10,000 iterations. And this is also maybe important to remark. It's trained for 10,000 iterations with a batch size of 100. So it sees 1 million. GFlowNet here has seen 1 million words, has computed a reward of 1 million words. And it still has learned to sample words that are in the dictionary and have some reward.
That was my question, because you said the whole space is 10 to the power of 10 and the good things are only 10 to the power of 5. So yeah. I was wondering how much your GFlowNet should explore until it finds one good thing.
1 million. Yeah, 1 million here.
Oh, wait, so the whole training is just 1 million?
The number of sequences, the number of words that GFlowNet computes the reward of for training is 1 million.
Oh, wow. And it's
1 million here at the end of training.
10,000 times 100. The 100, are you talking about the 100 I had here? This I just put it myself. It could be, yeah, here I could sample 10. That would be the hails, holes, cow. Yeah, rats, cow, it finds animals. Okay. I think I'm over time, so I'll leave it here. Thank you for the attention. And feel free to reach out if you have questions.
Hey, I'm also emceeing here, but I forgot what we have. We have a little break now, so I'm over time, but let's take 15 minutes. And we come back at 3:30 for the GFlowNet Clinic. Okay?
Right? Keeps exploring. The better it's it's the reward. But the loss doesn't go down proportionally. The weights are being updated. So why the reward? Actually, like very wrong. Exploration
Yeah, so basically, like pure velocity. Yeah. Actual, I guess the thing is very complicated. Not anymore. Sometimes you can
Merci. C'est parfait, oui, ça marche.
Yes, I also so I think the motion is the moment scrolling. But I find a couple of times I've got a okay. I have heard. You noticed that the body is outside. That's why. The book is. It's still different, actually. Right. So you know, and then somebody else would translate. You can see the way else. No, so like I always thought it was for women to wear. No, it's about like you want to use your right thumb to put in the button and not the letters correct. Like there's two right thumb.
GFlowNet Clinic. So we're going to take like ideas from some people that they were submitted, but also like people who are like, oh, working on, someone today came and told me, I'm doing like image segmentation. We like to use GFlowNet. So okay, we take the idea and say, okay, that's what is, or is it not a problem with the ideas to be. You have this discussion about what are problems that are well suited for scoring and what are problems that maybe not. Because we also don't want to give the impression that this is a tool for the method to rule them all. There were things that is like, this is a regression tab, you have to do it. We still not to just and you should stay. You see the previous one? No, I assume that. I assume we didn't call like it's part of I feel like that's weird. Maybe have a little sister like yeah, no, that seems annoying. Then it's very you wanna, but you don't have an association.
Long story, but like here's the third time I heard weren't too long.
Hello, hello. I am again sorry to interrupt wonderful discussions. We're gonna proceed with the clinic. Yeah. Okay. If we can go back to our seats. I'm going to invite officially all the organizers or GFlowNet enthusiasts to join here on stage. If you want to, if you prefer to stay in the audience, that's also fine. Just everybody's welcome. So it's a bit of a strange session. So I'll just say a few words about our idea with this. Just like I will sit like everybody. So the idea with this session is to essentially talk about what are problems that are well suited for GFlowNet and what are problems that you'd rather use something else, because we're not gonna give the impression that this is the method to rule them all. It will depend on the problem. And for that, as you probably know, we sent at some point last week or so an email with a link to collect ideas, the problems you work on. So we're gonna go through that, but you're also welcome to go to the mic and tell us your idea, and also to interrupt. I think you're welcome to interrupt anytime, because the point of this is to make it interactive and to answer your questions and your doubts. Okay, Manuel, do you want to say?
Good. Yeah, it doesn't need to be super specific. Also, I guess we're going to start with the more specific stuff.
Yeah. So I will. So people, we have 6 cases that we need to analyze in the clinic. I just want to ask in the room, like, is anybody uncomfortable if we show the thing on screen? Just the little text boxes from the Google form on screen? No? And I'll go ahead. Trying to join you can say something while I join the Zoom call.
In the meantime, in like 10 seconds or less, the thing you're most excited about for the next 6 months.
Oh, I'm already there.
Molecular dynamics for antibodies.
Conditional GFlowNet with graph neural network policies.
No, but like for me, it's more because I don't know that, like, more application to biology of the things that I've been working on.
I think I skipped it.
Individual.
You have to get something.
Okay, this is the first one. Should I just read it out loud to see if we can make sense of this? So, problem description. I am training neural networks to predict certain properties, for example, stability of RNA molecules based on their sequence. So, for a given sequence, X, this model will predict the stability, Y. We can then use this model to design novel sequences with desired properties, so increase stability. The architecture of this model is fairly simple, the transformer thing with smaller stuff. I think it's a good case to get started.
Yeah, you can say something. I guess Moksha probably has a similar experience here, but like that works really well is methods where you use GFlowNet to kind of explore around your data set by doing like local edits or by seeding trajectories in a smart way. then you know you won't go far away. And then of course you can afford ensembles or other uncertainty kind of prediction. That's going to help. I don't know.
Yeah, basically the things that I talked about earlier in the day around sequence design. So you can in fact design an MDP, which is more suited to local exploration, where you start with some natural sequences, which you want to begin with, and do lead optimization sort of thing. So you generate mutations on those sequences, mutations for those sequences, and that can be a good strategy to keep you like closer to natural sequences without while also being able to make edits to maximize the properties or like achieve the properties that you're interested in. And apart from that, there are instead of just doing like addition, this mutation based action space, another option is also to have some in addition to that, you can also do this thing we call like backward forward. I don't know, there's a good name for it, but essentially you start with some good again known natural sequence. You take k steps using your backward policy, and then you take the k steps again with your forward policy, and that can be one other strategy to generate trajectories and improve training of your GFlowNet. And so these would be some techniques. The other thing is, if you also want to maximize the property of interest rather than just sample proportional to it, or like be more greedy about it, you can always do the temperature conditioning sort of tricks that we also discussed yesterday, and the tricks that Jared mentioned. So you can be more greedy about it. You can sort of have more exploration and so on. So, but this definitely, like Emmanuel mentioned, is like a very nice use case where GFlowNets could fit in and might be helpful. But I should also mention that if you would, one other thing to also try would be some MCMC style thing, like Gibbs gradients sort of approaches, which also tend to work well on these types of problems. Sorry, that was very long.
Any other? I would just say quickly, like taking a step back, because we're going to see other cases that are not like different to this. So I would just say that this is almost the standard kind of problem we've been doing. Like we train a model on X's to predict Y, could put whatever you like to X and Y, and then we train GFlowNet to sample proportionally to Y. So when the problem can be framed in this term, there is a good chance that GFlowNet will be a good method to tackle the problem. Just I wanted to make that kind of general thing, because we're going to see examples where this is not so obvious, and then GFlowNet might still be suited, or in some cases it will not. But for those cases, it fits.
Maybe I want to add some question to this discussion, because I think here the main issue is that the generated sequences are far from the natural sequences, and the author of the question hoping that GFlowNet might be useful to generate novel sequences with desired properties without being too dissimilar to natural sequences. And I'm thinking that there could be an issue when we train GFlowNet with this proxy model, and GFlowNet generates something out of distribution on which proxy was trained on. It could be an issue with the training signal. So yeah, I'm curious what you think about it.
So one, sorry, if anyone else. I mean, one option could be to have a generative model, like normal generative model of sequences trained on the data that you have, which defines your distribution in distribution, and you can incorporate that into the GFlowNet reward such that it maintains high likelihood under this maximum likelihood model trained on sequences that you have in your data set, while maximizing your property of interest as well. So like a product of the two, maybe one option.
Another comment is how you do model selection for the proxy itself. You may want to kind of carve out a validation set that has some structure rather than being like an IED subsample of your whole data set. There's papers on this from chemistry and sequences and stuff, and like that can make a difference. In particular, what you may want to test your model for is how good it is at extrapolation and kind of again like mode out of distribution generalization, and you may wish to select your model's hyperparameters for that, for the proxy part at least.
Yeah, I would just add that I don't know if it would be the easy or the best thing in this particular problem with RNA sequences, but this idea of adding constraints, if it is possible, what I discussed in the Crystal GFlowNet presentation, can also help for this. So if it is possible to incorporate hard constraints in the MDP, in the process of sampling of the generating process, that could also guide or help guide the search towards more realistic or natural looking objects, I would say. Questions from the audience, perhaps? Maybe we can move to the next.
What happened? Okay. Yeah, no name. Good. Problem description. Okay. Conditional generative transformation of samples in a population from one distribution, a control distribution, to another case distribution, but with unbalanced, not matched, and paired samples. And bottlenecks. What to do in the case of disjoint population sizes, changes in density due to addition, subtraction of samples, growth, death between populations, extra details. Thinking of this issue in terms of optimal transport. I don't think I know enough about GFlowNets to know their exact limitations, but looking forward to learning during the workshop. Okay, Sam, take it away.
So I don't know about optimal transport, but I think that sounds like a good application for that. One thing that I hope that this workshop has showed is that the vanilla setting for a GFlowNet, we talk about it as a generative model, so people assume that it's like a diffusion model where you're giving it a data set and then you can get a sampler that can sample from it. In GFlowNets, the things are a little bit different because we have this reward function which comes from a proxy model, from an oracle, that you can evaluate each element for that. So let's say the basic version of GFlowNets, we don't necessarily start, the very first thing that you start with is not necessarily a data set of samples. And so when you have unpaired data sets of unpaired samples, maybe one thing you could do with GFlowNets would be to learn a proxy model for your control setting, learn a proxy model for your experimental setting, and then train a GFlowNet for both cases. But the thing is, it's going to be only as good as your proxy model, as we talked before. I think we should also say that GFlowNets, it's not used for everything. Of course, you can always find a way to use GFlowNets in your workflow, but this could be one of those settings where GFlowNets is maybe not the most natural first thing that you should think about.
Yeah, quoting Kolia here, who's fortunately not present right now, but optimal transport, you can actually use GFlowNets to train stochastic bridges between two distributions or two modalities. It's not too complex, basically just a modification of trajectory balance between two modalities. So definitely something that can be done here.
I just wanted to know if you could just elaborate more on that difference between the diffusion and the GFlowNets.
Yeah, so so in diffusion models, again, I'm not an expert in diffusion model, but in generative model, generative AI, whatever you want to call it, usually you start from, let's say, a data set of images, you train your generative model, and then you expect it to sample from it, sample new images, sample new text when it comes to LLMs. So this is more something that like starts with a data set and then gets you a sampler. In GFlowNet, the very basic GFlowNet that we've been talking about, many of these presentations have been talking about, we start from a reward function and how to structure your state space. But the basic block is how to, for each possible object that you can create, so for example, for each molecule, you would be able to give it a reward. So how good this specific molecule is going to be. And then you train your GFlowNet, you obtain the sampler at the end. But the thing that you start with is going to be different when it comes to standard generative model. I'm focusing on diffusion models, but we're like, think about like GANs or something like that. It is the same thing, starting from a data set to a generative, to a sampler. Here we're starting from reward function and getting a sampler. I should also emphasize that this is really, I'm just talking about the vanilla version of GFlowNets. We also have some work at Mila, in Yoshia's group in particular, where people have been using GFlowNets in addition to using a data set of observations in order to train the reward function as part, like along with the GFlowNet itself. So these are the kind of things that you can do, definitely do. But yeah, for me, these are the two different things, the main difference between these two things.
Yeah, I wanted to maybe comment one thing on this thing. So I'm not an expert on this. Again, as Emmanuel mentioned, Kolya, if he was here, he would have elaborated a bit more on this. But there is this other class of generative models called flow matching models. So it's a bit confusing because we have flow matching in GFlowNets as well. But those are like the flow matching models I'm referring to are essentially continuous time normalizing flows, which are sort of designed for this sort of things, which might be more applicable here than the GFlowNet flow matching. So those are that might be one thing.
Anything else about this one? No? More questions? Okay, let's move to the next one. All right. I try to predict the level of expression of a gene in a cancerous cell line from the expression of 1,000 genes in another cell line. The levels of expression have been recorded for various experimental conditions treatments. So I've been trying different architectures. I would like to know if another kind of model could potentially perform better.
Yeah, I mean, this sounds like a regression problem rather than a generative problem. But that being said, I think, this is the kind of data that there's a lot of structure, and maybe you could speak more to that, but you can certainly use GFlowNets to learn interesting latents from which you might want to do regression on, or even causal models there. So I don't know.
Yeah, so this seems like a good test case for causal model, where you want to understand how genes interact with one another, and actually like which gene is causing the expression of another gene. And so you can apply some of these some of these models that Mizu presented, for example, today, on how to use GFlowNets for finding causal models. The advantage of having a GFlowNet in general is to get a distribution, but when it comes specifically to these kinds of applications where we don't really know, it's really all about scientific discovery. the nice thing is that the GFlowNet can give us different theories about how genes are related, are causing the expression of some other genes. And so then we can go back to the wet lab, testing these theories, and then feed back this data into the GFlowNet in order to like pinpoint exactly what would be some of these genes that are causing the expression of some other gene that we are interested in.
Maybe I can add one small thing. So it's related to this gene regulatory network. So with another student, we were working on just 300 genes, and we had a similar data sets, but it was like we had interventional data. We knew what gene we would knock out, and we had the expression level of all of the other genes. And that was a nice example to try to infer the gene regulatory network. So yeah, but I'm not sure if here there is a really interventional data, but yeah, it's definitely some things that are tried.
Maybe one thing to, so I'm not an expert in the intersection of machine learning and the applications of to genes, but one thing in particular in this field to look out for is that the kind of data that we're working with is count data. And so this is way different from the standard kinds of data that we are used to in machine learning. And so some of these modeling assumptions that we're usually making in machine learning, they may not transfer to these cases for gene expression. So sometimes you have to think more about looking at the data. I think I don't need to tell you that, like, you need to look at the data, see what it looks like, and pick the models that are making more sense, especially for these kinds of data. In a large majority of the cells that you're going to observe, some of these genes will not be expressed at all. So you end up with having some distribution which has a lot of zeros everywhere. And so this is not your standard normal distribution that you can use. So you have to think a little bit deeper into how to model those. And luckily now we do have some methods based on GFlowNets for causal discovery in particular, where we have the chance to, we have this flexibility about the modeling choices that we can make, so we can use some of these non-standard models.
All right. Yeah, we just add that I highlighted here, I try to predict because, whenever our goal, if it's just predicting, it's and not as opposed to generating or learning a distribution, sampling, those are the keywords where we think of GFlowNets immediately, like sampling, generating, if it's just predicting something, the standard supervised machine learning methods are probably a good first step, and then you can enrich the problem with GFlowNets. Okay. The next one is rather brief. Generation of large molecules that optimize multiple properties. Sounds like a good fit in principle. Current bottlenecks are the size of molecules, inaccurate reward function, multiple objectives, continuous 3D coordinates. Yeah, we know about those. Size of the molecule is in the 100 atom range. Only a small data set, a lot of challenges. 1,000 molecules only. The reward isn't great. There are multiple objectives. Structure of the molecules involves a lot of cycles. You can deal with that. Okay.
I have
Yeah, so it sounds like a good task for the GFlowNet. And yeah, as you may have seen in the previous days, there are papers on multi-objective GFlowNet, so it's something which can be used in this case. What else about an accurate reward function? If you can measure somehow the accuracy of the reward, maybe you can use the approaches which were developed in the multi-fidelity work. Continuous to the 3D coordinates is also something like you can use continuous GFlowNet for that. So yeah, you can combine multiple papers which you've seen during this workshop and come up with something interesting. And for the size of the molecules, yeah, maybe I can add that you can try to use these intrinsic coordinates instead of the 3D coordinates themselves. It will reduce a lot the dimensionality of the problem if you focus only on the torsion angles. Yeah, that's my thoughts.
Yeah, definitely you might have also like memory issues if you try to generate whole sequences. So like sub-TB will be your friend, or even detailed balance. It's going to be very useful. And also the way you're going to sample training data will matter. Again, I think we talked about this earlier, but like local kind of exploration methods where you start around your training data, you're going to be very effective in this domain, in this kind of problem, especially with large graphs. One other thing I wanted to say, yeah, right. Some trick that I think is even in like my initial spinal face notebook. You can do gradient accumulation if like your batch size, you want to make it bigger, but it doesn't fit on your GPU. And depends on the problem, but typically having a larger batch size may stabilize learning, especially if you have a very big space, very large graph that you're generating. That may be one thing you want to implement.
I have a short comment, but just to temper expectations, like 100-atom graph is quite challenging even for a discrete GFlowNet. It's like it can be very tricky to train, and maybe Emmanuel can correct me, but I don't think we have done 100-atom generation on any big or like complicated enough reward function.
I mean, maybe not 100, but I've done like 8 objective GFlowNet on like 60 to 80 atoms.
Okay.
It's doable, but it only really works with this local search kind of tricks, where I think what usually work the best is like, again, going backwards 10, 20 steps, then going forward that many steps. But yeah, it's tricky.
Your method, do you add atom by atom? Or? Yeah. Because maybe one idea could be like to reduce the trajectory length by having bigger fragments, and it's not probably it's not the end goal or the best way to go about it. But if you have the restriction of small molecules and you can afford that, and it would make sense in your problem, maybe that's a way to simplify the trajectories.
Okay, so I have 2 questions. One is quite general. So what are the applications or scenarios where GFlowNet can be helpful for RL? I think I already kind of like discussed briefly with Emmanuel, but I just want to hear everyone's opinion on like what's, like maybe, yeah, just like what type of task or what, like, for example, we have seen one talk on the first day that, GFlowNet can help exploration, but can GFlowNet help sample efficiency, let's say, in RL? And also the second question is that, so we've seen that, Max and RL and GFlowNet with tree structure can be equivalent in the sense that they might both recover the same optimal policy, but how does the trajectory is different in Maxent RL versus GFlowNet? And also, do we know how efficient GFlowNet is versus Maxent RL?
Sounds like, I mean, I already gave you my opinion, but I can repeat it. So there is some experiments, not from me, from Kanika and Albert mainly, showing that you can kind of train an RL policy using GFlowNet objectives, and what you end up with is, especially if you enforce like a uniform backward policy, some agent that will kind of try to take all the trajectories, say to a goal, equal probability, and that helps with robustness. And in some cases, I think there's some sample efficiency, but where it really shined in their experiments was when you're transferring to a different domain. This is all like maybe kind of grids and rooms and all that. And then the fine tuning or the adaptation, pure shot adaptation there was much faster with those really diverse policies. So that's one thing where we know it kind of works. A lot of people have asked me to speak about options. You know, I think it's not unreasonable to think about GFlowNets being good at proposing, say, better policy over options that might be a bit more diverse and less greedy, and in that sense kind of force or help with the options not all collapsing to the same policy. But that's just intuition. And then, of course, you know, RL is has interesting structure in terms of the state space. And I think it would be an interesting application of learning latent variables, in particular because we have the really nice prior that time is going on. Like there's some MDP to recover in some sense, or some abstraction of the MDP. So I think there is something there in terms of like applying GFlowNets to our own. And yeah.
Do you mean we can discover the state space and the action space for GFlowNets?
High level of
So I also want to mention, so for this connection with the RL, there has been a few, and I can think of two papers where GFlowNets, and especially continuous GFlowNets, have been applied to continuous control problems. And so I think the conclusion, in particular in the our continuous GFlowNet paper from Mila, our conclusion was that it was helping in terms of exploration. So we do have evidence on some arguably toy continuous control problems. When it comes to discrete action spaces, which is more what you would see for discrete GFlowNet, I don't think there is evidence beyond that, but when it comes to the relation to Maxent RL, so in the original paper by Emmanuel and Marc, there was this connection between Maxent RL and GFlowNet for trees that Padide was talking about the first day, and it also shows the results when it's not a tree anymore, and how these things are biased. So it's biased by the number of trajectories that are leading to a certain object. And I should also point out that there is a recent work that is not coming from Mila, that is studying this connection more closely between Maxent RL and GFlowNets, and especially how to tweak Maxent RL a little bit to solve the same kind of problems that we've been doing with GFlowNets.
Yeah, there's also another paper from Soban, one of Felix's students, where showing you can literally just learn to count paths. Use that to modify your reward as well. Kind of works.
But I should highlight one thing that in the paper which proposes the modifications to the MDP to make max and RL equivalent to GFlowNets even in the DAG case, they still have the assumption that PB is uniform. But if you have a learned PB, that sort of changes the dynamics quite a bit more. So that equivalence does not hold. Although there could be ways to bridge that gap as well. But I also wanted to highlight just one point on the connection to max and RL is there is also a lot of things that can go the other way. So like now we're talking about GFlowNets and how it can help RL, but a lot of RL ideas can also be imported into GFlowNets. I think Elaine and Emmanuel have done a lot of work on exploring some of these ideas, but there's definitely a lot more which has been done in RL, which can be also used in GFlowNets. And to go back to the previous question of what can GFlowNets do for RL, one option, one sort of somewhat different application could be for world models. So Emmanuel talked about like using latent variable models in the context of RL. So in model-based RL, I guess these days, Dreamer style models, specifically Dreamer V3, which has this VQVAE as its world model, has seen a lot of success, very sample efficient, works on a lot of tasks. So the thing is, the representations VQVAEs learn are very good and it's easy to train and so on. But there is always a case which can be made that if you have better representations, more structured representations, you can potentially get even more sample efficient learning. So some of the things which we unfortunately didn't get to discuss throughout the workshop, but one of the things is you can use GFlowNets to learn latent variable models with more interesting structured latents. So for instance, you can think of given an image, you can sort of infer a scene graph of the image, and that can be a lot more helpful for a control policy than just, let's say, a VQVA latent, which is not off-the-shelf interpretable as such.
It comes to you.
I'm wondering whether we can use GFlowNet for imitation learning as well, like learning the path of experts in the environment, and yeah.
Depends on the setting. You can definitely train GFlowNets with like expert data, and that actually is usually a good trick. I guess if you consider like the EBGFN kind of case, then you can end up learning a similar distribution to your data set that can be data set of trajectories. Then I guess it's fair to call that imitation learning, but I don't know if you have like a more specific environment or class of environments in mind.
I think that's the theme of many of our answers, but there is things that where GFlowNet can be used for imitation learning, but I also feel like we can also take inspiration from the imitation learning literature. So right now, the BGFN paper, we can like kind of see it as being behavior cloning, but maybe there are some better options that we can use, like, for example, Dagger style in GFlowNet. I don't think that we have that so far, but maybe that's an interesting avenue.
Someone did a Dagger style thing with GFlowNet.
So someone did it already, so that's perfect.
We're good. Okay, let's move to the next patient or candidate. Okay.
in the context of Bayesian meta-few-shot learning, I don't know what that is. I am thinking of applying GFlowNet to sample task-dependent latents given few-shot, and I want the representation to be an entire sequence of latent variables instead of last one. The question I want to ask is, can GFlowNet train to match a joint target distribution of both intermediate and terminating states? Or it has to be the target distribution of the terminating state?
I mean, I'm not sure I fully understand the question, but for the last sentence, definitely, if you want to learn a joint distribution, then you can just make like a joint distribution to A and B. You can just make A and B both part of the state description, and then you do end up learning a joint. Even if A's could be considered intermediary states. Maybe an example of this is synthetic chemistry. So you are generating, let's say, a synthetic route for a particular molecule, and that's a bunch of chemical reaction steps. What you want to train the GFlowNet on is the whole synthetic route, right? So current state is a partially constructed route, not just like whatever the current molecule you're at is. So yeah, but
so I don't really know. I shouldn't know about application to Bayesian meta-few-shot learning, but I don't have any further insight. Something I want to also highlight is maybe related to that. If you, and it was not really, like, was briefly mentioned that in some of the talks, is if you have information about some of your intermediate states, you should definitely use it. And so we do have, for example, the forward-looking objectives that are using this information about intermediate rewards so that the flows that you will learn, for example, in detailed balance, when you have to learn a state flow, you would not have to learn the part which you already know about the actual intermediate reward. So this eases the training. So definitely make use of this kind of information if you have that.
Okay, well, maybe
can move to the last one, which is tricky. Donna. Okay. It's long. Try to read it. Does it make any sense to use GFlowNets for non-episodic control tasks? For example, developing the model of system dynamics for controllers for buildings, for example, for either battery charge discharge or stage of a heating system, where the task is to optimize a nonlinear system for non-episodic control tasks based on limited data. Actions take place on the order of once per minute or faster, and the model takes into account the probabilistic nature of the system's dynamics, as well as the noise in the measurements and in the environment. Yeah, so bottlenecks, every single building has unique dynamics and disturbances. There is a need to design controllers that are good enough with limited building-specific real data. One side of this challenge is generating training data, so hard to get training data. Diversity. Yeah, and there's a bunch of challenges here. I don't know if, Donna, you want to add something, feel free to, add more context if you want, but want to say something already?
Like I'm starting a lot, but while you're still reading, I can say a few words. I don't know that I would use GFlowNets for non-episodic control. I don't think they handle like long discounted horizons very well, at least not so far. What I would definitely use it though is to generate like the initial training trajectories for your bigger model, or even just like in an active learning kind of framework. try to figure out what are the right experiments to optimally, in as fewer days as possible, find what the building dynamics are like. I think that's a very reasonable place to apply GFlowNets because you're kind of generating a short horizon of controls. Other than that, yeah, I don't know.
So something I would suggest is taking the quote unquote Bayesian perspective. It's to not model the data directly using the GFlowNet. So in this case, if you were to use the data inside the GFlowNet already, you would have this non-episodic setting. What I would do is maybe try to build a model of your, like, let's say, nonlinear system of equation. And then you can use a GFlowNet to build this model. Maybe there is some structure that you can leverage. And then the way that you evaluate the final model, the final set of equations that you end up with, you can use the data that you already have. You see how well these equations are fitting the data that you have. And then you can train the GFlowNet to sample possible models that could explain this data. And then you can also add a prior on top of it to say, okay, I want to have models that are simpler than others. Maybe you have some prior knowledge that you want to incorporate in this as well. And then you can do a lot of very nice things when you have a Bayesian perspective. So that would be my suggestion, but I don't know enough about the details of the problem to see if it's easy or not.
Yeah, I would just add, kind of building upon what Emmanuel said. I'm not sure I understand all the details, but for this aspect of lack of training data, definitely the active learning approach and would probably help. And if you have a way to evaluate, so you have a reward for a trajectory to evaluate whether it is reasonable. Yeah, I like the background, but I guess you could use GFlowNet to generate the training data, provided you have access to a reward that you can use to evaluate if that trajectory and that state of the system is good or not, and then embed that in an active learning loop to acquire, retrain, etc. Retrain the reward.
Tristan, I just wanted to ask a follow-up about what you were proposing. Is it something like use a GFlowNet to sample an equation that describes the nonlinear dynamics, and then the reward is like how well that explains some observations?
Yeah, exactly. So that would be my
don't worry about
symbolic regression, something like that. Yeah.
Any follow-up questions on it? No? Right. Well, that was the last patient. So we have. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was going to say that we have more time for discussion, 10 minutes or so. So.
Yeah, so this is kind of, I guess, a general class of problems, but I'll give an example just to make it maybe more concrete. But say I have some joint distribution that I want to sample from. Let's split it into like py and px, like this pyx, whatever. But I have access to a really good prior on px, for instance. So maybe an example to kind of exemplify this is I want to predict or sample from crystal structures for organic molecules. Apologies. So I might have really good access to like the conformation about the kind of molecule. So like I have the C-SMILE and I have really good access to like px, so the conformations about this molecule. But now I want to sample its crystal structure. So the conformations of px, like x might change in the sampling as well as needing to sample all of these lattice parameters. So to kind of get PYX. And I was wondering, is this the kind of thing where you could use GFlowNets because they have this ability to kind of do some constraints, etc. So yeah, that's kind of, it's quite a general class of problems, I guess, but maybe the organic crystal structure prediction helps explain it.
Yeah. Yeah, I also need to think more, but in principle, yeah, it sounds like a good problem for GFlowNet for the reasons I think you've answered your question. Like the fact that you can incorporate constraints and you have access to already. Yeah.
Okay, but like how? As in, so like I can just sample like a confirmation, but then I don't have a consistent initial state. So it's not like, it's not entirely clear to me how to go about this.
Yeah, so I guess it would be, first of all, a conditional GFlowNet. So you would condition on a molecule.
Okay.
Right? So you have the molecule,
yeah,
and you want to get the crystal structure.
Yeah, and I might have access to really good confirmations about this molecule.
Yeah, so I mean, I wanted to say that it seems suitable, but it also, I think it's also hard. Okay. There's a lot of potential problems there, or challenges more than problems. But yeah, I think it would be a conditional GFlowNet where you would have to do something similar. So a combination of what I presented this morning about inorganic crystal structures, where you can leverage the domain knowledge about the geometry, crystallography, and so on, and at the same time, the molecular conformation approach, where you say you have access to good conformations. Well, you can leverage that as data, to learn the distribution, and it's like you have good samples from the distribution, so you can incorporate those. But it might also, I guess, I'm not an expert on this, but I suppose the conformations that you have for individual molecules can also change when it crystallizes, right? So I think you would also need to learn that problem jointly. So yeah, I think it's challenging, but possible. Yeah, that's my 2 cents.
I'm curious, you said you have access to P of X. You mean you can sample from P of X, or you have access to the value of the density function itself?
I would say you probably just have access to samples to like confirmations, but for instance, some confirmations might, be very close to the confirmation inside a crystal, and some of them might not, because you need to like create a regular pattern from a very complex structure in this kind of organic crystal problem.
Okay, and do you have? I'm just thinking, what would be reward in this task? So, okay, you have access to samples from P of X. And you want to sample from which distribution? P of Y given X you want to sample from?
P of Y and X. So the best idea I could come up with on how to train a GFlowNet with this, and feel free to point out how wrong this is to kind of, your P of X is basically giving you an intermediate state from which to then try to complete to a terminal state, right? Because the molecule conformation on itself is not a full, like a full crystal structure. So it's like being able to sample from intermediate states that have, I guess, high flow, or I'm not entirely sure. This is where GFlowNets are very new to me. And then you can do something with these sub-trajectories, because there was some mentioning of like some interpolation between detailed balance and trajectory balance. So that's kind of where my head went at from what I've heard of over the past 3 days, but yeah.
And do you have something to evaluate how good the sampled crystal structure is? Something which we can use as a reward for GFlowNet.
There is this is a really important problem to pharmacology. And so there's lots of databases on samples for organic crystals.
Okay, yeah, but this is not a reward function. Well, the reward function is like, I give you sample, you give me some quantity which tells how good this structure is.
You can probably, you can get a very expensive reward function for sure. You can probably have, don't remember exactly. I worked on this about 2 years ago now, but you could probably get a decent estimate as to whether it's reasonable. Like, you know that certain crystal lattices, for instance, are incredibly unlikely.
I mean, I would do something similar to what we did for the atomic crystal. So if you have a database of molecular crystals, then at least the first step could be to train a model to predict like the energy, I guess, of the crystals, if that is what matters. And I apologize if that is not what matters. That's kind of my lack of understanding of the domain. And then use that as the reward for the molecular crystal, the entire crystal. But I would, like I said, this seems challenging, and we've been thinking a little bit about it as well. So maybe we can discuss. I would start with a simplified problem, like, for example, assuming like the molecule is rigid in the crystal, and that's much simpler, and it becomes even closer to the crystal GFlowNets for inorganic cases. And then from that, make it harder and harder by allowing the molecule to find other conformations, etc.
Yeah, I agree with Alex. I think it's like, if you already have this sampler from P of X, maybe you do not need GFlowNet to sample the molecules themselves. So you just start with the molecule from this P of X, and GFlowNet samples just the crystal structure conditioned on this molecule.
Other patient, yeah.
Yeah, so I didn't know enough about GFlowNet to be able to add to the little questionnaire when you posted it, but now that I talked to different people and during the two days, so the problem is building regulation networks of proteins or genes for a process of interest, meaning that our set of action would be like adding genes or adding proteins or fragment of already known networks, with the reward being like it can exist from like data of protein-protein interactions or gene-gene interaction that we know, and the fact that those proteins or those genes carry annotation of interest. So my question is, first of all, most of the data is not completely annotated, meaning that we have an incomplete reward function. Is there any way to deal with this?
My immediate answer would be active learning.
Okay.
I'm biased as well because I've worked on that a lot, but seems suitable. So you say, oh, my reward function is not good because I don't have sufficient data to cover the entire distribution. Then you can find strategies to annotate the data efficiently. So find the data points that will help you learn a good reward function, a good model, predictive model, with active learning, which is Mox talked about that this morning. So you use GFlowNet as a sampler. This provides diversity in the exploration, and you can combine this with Bayesian optimization, acquisition functions, and in general terms, the output of that active learning model is candidates to be annotated, and then if you have access to the oracle that will annotate the new samples, you can increase the extend your data set, retrain, and so on. Yeah, sorry, it was a bit poorly explained.
I just like a list of questions.
Yeah.
But no, that helps. And then another question is, like, most networks in biology are cyclic networks with feedback loops. How do you
What networks, sorry?
Like, most of the biological networks have feedback loops, so it's a cyclic network. And another thing is that this network, like the interaction, can be either activating or inhibiting. Is that something that could be added to the design?
So definitely, if you have cyclics, so the talk this morning on causal discovery by Mizu, it was very specifically targeted towards acyclic graph, but you can also apply these like same things to cyclic graph. So in particular, Lazar worked on this paper called DynGFN, where in particular for application to gene regulatory networks. And so the idea is very similar to what we've been discussing so far, where you're building your graph one edge at a time, but you can still allow it to be cyclic. And when it comes to having different types of edges, like inhibiting or
activating,
yeah, activating and inhibiting, this is the kind of things that you can also encode into your GFlowNet. You can say, when I'm adding an edge, is it inhibiting or activating? So these are the kind of things that you can choose when you design the structure of your GFlowNet. But yeah, I would definitely recommend to check out the DynGFN paper for that.
Okay, and another question is like, how wide can our action space be? Meaning, like here I just said, okay, let's add a gene or let's add a protein. But for instance, if we are looking at the protein space, we can have a protein with modification in a certain space of the cell with a physical context. So how much information can we put into this action space, and how varied can we choose that from?
I think it's like the wider your action spaces or the larger your action spaces, the harder it gets to train the GFlowNet, because that basically increases the amount of exploration you need to actually understand what each action is doing. And in this case, I think like if in some cases where you can actually make the action space hierarchical instead of making it flat. So for instance, you can have like protein families or some protein locations, and instead of selecting the entire thing all at once, we can it can be sort of decomposed into multiple actions where you start from the highest level of abstraction that you can get. So some like super family of proteins, and then you go to the sub family and so on. That is probably one strategy to sort of handle very large action spaces. But in general, even like in reinforcement learning and similarly in GFlowNets, very large action spaces can make learning much harder. So it's there's no like one bullet which can sort of solve it for all cases, but hierarchical, like in this particular case, maybe hierarchical action spaces might be a more appropriate thing which can help alleviate this issue a bit.
And I'm just gonna have like one last question and then I'm done. So most networks in biology are dynamics. From what I understand, we could do this by having conditional networks, with the condition being a specific like time snapshots, as if like if we build a GFlowNet for each time t, and then by combining all those GFlowNets, we get something dynamic. Is that doable?
You can just have t be an input to the t can be an input to the model.
T can be an input.
Like another.
That's the condition.
Yeah.
You condition your GFlowNet at a given time, and then you have to build all those GFlowNets to create like a movie of what's going on.
Well, it's the same model. You're just
condition it again.
Conditioning with different keys.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot.
But I just want to add something also. In some RL papers where you have like a very large action space, what you can do is actually embed your actions. And then use action embeddings, right? So instead of having your model output 10,000 or 100,000 actions, you output like an embedding, and then you do something like cosine similarity, or there's fancier things if you have like extremely large library of actions. And you learn the embeddings at the same time. And that kind of helps scale in some settings.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
We're at time. So yeah, thanks everyone in the panel. And especially thanks everybody for your questions. If you have more, we don't have more time right now, but feel free to reach out. And I guess we are more or less available by email or in person if you're here. So yeah, thanks a lot. what remains today is the closing remarks by Professor Joshua Benjo, and we have a few minutes of a break before that. So yeah, just in 8 minutes, we'll be back for the closing remarks.
an update.
Hello.
All right, yeah. Okay, we're going back to the track.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Like we said before, we're gonna have the closing remarks by Professor Yoshua Benjo about perspectives and
Closing remarks, it's a talk.
but it's a closing talk and remarks. But yeah.
How much time do I have?
Officially 45 minutes.
Okay. That's what I thought.
Yeah, I mean, it's just to say that this is the closing session. We won't have closing remarks after this, so these are the closing remarks.
Yeah, it's closing. It's closing. I want to say something before I start. We have plenty of time. I'm going to talk about several things that are connected, but feel free to raise your hand anytime in the middle, ask a question, disagree also. It's good. All right, so I'm going to start with some of the challenges I see on my radar screen as really worth deserving attention to improve our ability to have impact in the world using GFlowNets and derivatives that I'm thinking about. So, as you know, if you've played with GFlowNets, in fact, if you play with RL in general, that we can train these systems, these generative policies, when the objects that we are constructing, the number of steps that are involved is small enough, like 100-ish number of steps, more or less, is what we can do reasonably well. If we multiply by 10, yeah, credit assignment becomes a problem, or something else. That's our guess. Credit assignment is a problem. And I'll talk about later of applications where I'd like to use GFlowNets in a way similar to what Tristan, I assume, talked about regarding generating theories of the world, like causal graphs and causal parameters, where the theory is just way too big for the current algorithms that we have. It's not going to be something we can generate in one shot. And so to expand the scope of application of these methods, I think it's really worth first understanding, is it really a credit assignment issue? And maybe we can learn from what people in RL have been doing. Or is it something else? There's another practical reason why having more than a few hundred steps is not great, because each step is running a neural net, producing an output. So for most reasonable tasks, you want to limit that. If it's, so it's just computational time. Now there's a path which I'm not sure if this has been covered in the workshop. Sorry, I wasn't there all the time. I guess maybe in the continuous things, there's a way to generate a big object, which is not like the molecule generation one little bit at a time, given the previous ones, or like autoregressive LLMs and so on, but generate everything in one shot badly and then modify it, and then modify it, and then modify it, like in MCMC, for example. And in principle, you could generate much bigger objects in this way. So, by the way, there's a computational reason for doing it this way. So imagine you want to generate a parameter vector, like if you're Bayesian, and you got 100 million parameters. You don't want to do 100 million feed-forward steps on a neural net, right? It's not even besides the credit assignment problem, it's just not reasonable. But you can certainly generate a vector of size 100 million. I think that's something computers today can do. And then modify it 100 times. Right? So now that becomes something, because GPUs parallelize. We can have a lot of outputs, but we can't really run sequentially 100 times or 1,000 or 1,000,000 times. That's going to be too much. So there is some ongoing work that's like that. It's the same style of computation you find in diffusion, denoising, and things like that, and in MCMC. I think we need to push that boundary and see how far we can go with that, and really try to scale it up. There's another less clear thread that will come back in another slide. Something that's been explored a lot in reinforcement learning, which maybe we can also learn from. That's called hierarchical reinforcement learning. So okay, we can't generate a huge object easily. So now it's back to the credit assignment. But maybe we can like break down the problem into smaller problems, kind of divide and conquer. So people in hierarchical RL think about options and skills and, you know, a high-level plan. So we decompose the problem into reusable pieces. So I think this is really worth thinking about, and I'll come back to that. The other big area which I think is worth spending more time on is training efficiency. And the tricks we're currently using now, we kind of figured out pretty quickly in the first few months of playing with GFlowNets. And there's been a lot of work trying to improve on that. And I think we only made marginal improvements. So there may be several aspects to this, but one that I find particularly mind-boggling is also something that we can take inspiration from the work in reinforcement learning exploration. So, you know, in RL, we're asking, where should the agent go in order to collect useful information, given that it can't go everywhere? Information that will help it later to get high rewards. And so in the case of GFlowNets, we have this freedom of choosing the training distribution, the behavior distribution, the behavior policy. How do we pick those training trajectories? So we have tricks. We can use some data. We can use greedy exploration, tempering, prioritize replay, maybe others I didn't think of. But I think there's a lot of potential there. Or maybe it's like very hard, and I don't know. But it could really help to scale up. Because sometimes, if you've played the GFlowNets, we think we have a well-defined problem. We, turn the crank, and the optimization doesn't work. Like we're stuck in suboptimal solutions. We don't find the high reward configurations, trajectories, and so on. So it's an optimization problem, and it's an optimization problem in the case of GFlowNets, which we can think of as an exploration problem. So when we think about it as an exploration problem, my geometric intuition is that a lot of it is about generalization. So if you think about what we're trying to do is guess where potentially good modes, like high reward regions, would be without having to try everything. It's the exploration problem, right? Where is there high reward in a very high dimensional space? And it's hopeless if you just do like some local search. I mean, we should do it. And there's some nice recent work combining MCMC local search with GFlowNets, for example, but it doesn't solve like the bigger problem. And so maybe the solution isn't going to be with the outer loop or the, tricks, generic tricks. Maybe the solution is going to be, as usual in machine learning, how do we get better generalization? Inductive biases, right? So we kind of do something magical with the architecture, we invent attention, and suddenly you got a revolution on your hand. So that's one thing that I think is worth pushing, maybe exploiting the particulars of the task, or fairly general ideas like I was talking about, notions of abstraction and reusable components and things like that. So which is all about generalization. Like how do we're trying to guess modes from a few modes. So it's a difficult generalization problem. So the other source of information, which I think Jared, who talked yesterday, explored, but we haven't found yet a satisfying solution. I think he has a paper, but it's exploiting the uncertainty about what the neural net has learned. So if, we're trying to get the loss low everywhere, and there may be regions where the neural net can generalize with confidence that, okay, this should be low reward place or this should be a high reward place. Mostly we need to explore in regions of low certainty, where, in other words, like if you were Bayesian, you would like to go. So we may want to think about the training problem in GFlowNets like an active learning problem, because we're able to query the reward function. It's not like a usual learning problem with a fixed data set and we're trying to minimize the loss on those points. It's very different. It's much more like an active learning problem. And maybe we should be thinking about training methods for GFlowNets that are inspired by the ideas in active learning. And one of the central ideas, maybe Mark presented, is estimating uncertainty and then direct your attention to the places of high uncertainty. So how to do that isn't trivial. Like simple things we've tried, it's not that easy. And then one reason why it's not trivial is that the uncertainty that the neural net has about some particular configuration is going to change the moment you update it with some example, right? So you can't have like a separate process that estimates uncertainty. We tried things like this with Salem and others last year. It's got to be something built in your GFlowNet that it both estimates flows, policies, and their uncertainty, so that you don't have this like non-stationary issue that otherwise you would get. Okay. Any question up to now? Because I'm going to kind of change sort of mood a little bit.
You sure? There's so you're talking about the uncertainty in the policy, right?
Sorry?
You're talking about the uncertainty in the policies, right?
Yes, ultimately it's the
in
uncertainty in the policy or the flows or whatever your parameterization is. Yeah.
Because you could also leverage the uncertainty in the reward, or are you assuming the reward is perfect?
No, so here I'm assuming the reward is known. Okay. So this is a different question. Like if you're also learning the reward function, and that's the usual active learning, Bayesian optimization, GFlowNet style thing. But now I'm talking about a different thing where we want to improve training of the GFlowNet, and we want uncertainty about what the GFlowNet has learned.
So I have a question about the generalization.
Can you get closer to the microphone or speak louder?
Yeah, so I have a question about the generalization part. Do you think it's related to picking the training trajectories, or it's more related to choosing the state space and the action space of your GFlowNet that will help you generalize? Because maybe there is some
and the architecture. So in the GFlowNet community, we tend to think, oh, okay, so we have all of this GFlowNet machinery and plug in your architecture and don't worry about it. But I'm saying, well, maybe it does matter.
I mean, not only the architecture, but even the state space.
Yeah, the state space, the action space, all of this is, involves choices that could have a huge effect on how easy or hard it's going to be to optimize our objective. Yeah. By the way, it's the normal thing in machine learning.
I was just going to comment about the uncertainty estimation, that somehow the information we have about the forward trajectories and the forward policy and the backward policy and how inconsistent they are with each other, that's already some kind of built-in to estimate uncertainties. So
yeah,
I'm wondering.
But they could be consistent and uncertain.
True. Then you go, yeah.
So
yeah.
I think what you're saying is like an extra clue, but it's not sufficient.
No, it's not. I just wanted to comment.
Okay, so let me move on. I'm gonna now talk about Bayesian stuff. Before I talk about Bayesian stuff, I'm gonna talk about the problem with not being Bayesian. By the way, before GFlowNets came into like my mental landscape, I used to think that Bayesian machine learning was nice in theory, but impossible in practice. And I've changed my mind. And so much so that now people think I'm a Bayesian. I've always been, it's just I thought, oh, this is like, oh, nice, thank you. But yeah, I didn't see how we could mesh that with neural nets and what, but now I see, and we have several papers going in that direction. So yeah, what's the problem with maximum likelihood? In practice, we with LLMs, for example, we get hallucinations. We get our trained models to be confidently wrong, and that's bad, really bad, and potentially really dangerous. And when we consider a model that is then being used as like a reward function, or in reinforcement learning as a world model, and then we're going to optimize some policy on that, then things get even worse, because the policy is going to optimize over that confidently wrong model, and it's going to be sure that it has found a way to make a lot of money, but it's going to be a fantasy. And yeah, when it's too good to be true, don't trust it. So what can we do about this? I'm going to try to argue that we can be Bayesian, and that GFlowNet style methods can help us deal with that. And then later I'll talk about some of the challenges which are related to what I already introduced. Okay, so again, why being Bayesian is important, and I'm going to highlight the safety aspect of it. And safety introduces the aspect that some of the actions that your AI system can take can have catastrophic outcomes. How do you avoid that? So you have to be conservative in some way. And if you're going to be conservative, you need to have a notion of what can go wrong, even if you're not sure. Okay, so let's consider this like really simple scenario. You got an AI. It's in front of two doors, left door, right door. You have to choose. Go left, go right, binary. And it's seen data. Based on that data, there are two theories that are compatible with the data that it could choose. And if it's going to do maximum likelihood, it's basically going to pick one of them completely arbitrarily. So if you think about neural nets, depending on how you initialize it, or the particular biases that exist in a model, but usually, you might find one theory or the other theory. By the way, one way of being Bayesian in a cheap way is you train multiple neural nets with different initial weights, and then that gives you a sort of cheap Bayesian solution. But you know, let's see here. Our robot can go left or right, and the first theory. So you know, in the bubbles there, the theory on the left says if you go left, you die. That's the catastrophic outcome. If you go right, you get some cake. The other theory says if you go left, you get some cake. If you go right, nothing good, nothing bad. Okay, so what happens if you pick the, you know, one of the theories, maximum likelihood? We don't know which one is correct. So let's say it's 50%. And if you're not lucky, you pick the wrong one. So that's 25%. So let's say that the correct one is the one where you die if you go left, and you pick the wrong one. Well, you die because you think you can get cake and you're going to die. So not good. If you're Bayesian, the idea of being Bayesian, you know, yeah, all this math it just sounds complicated, but really it's super simple. It's just keep track of all the theories and act accordingly in a rational way. So keep track of the theories. You just by inspection, you can say, "Ooh, I don't want to go left just in case," right? Go right. So that's it. And you don't die. You get 50% cake, 50% nothing. Pretty good. All right. So that's easy when you have only two theories. But what if you got an exponential number of theories? And how do you do that, you know, in a non-toy setting? So if I say that a theory is a neural net, it sounds like it's not feasible unless there's just 10 theories. But if there's an exponential number of theories, because there are many combinations of things that could be, you know, right and wrong, maintaining a billion neural nets is not going to cut it practically. So how could you do that? In the past, people have been handling the Bayesian machine learning question, making abusive assumptions which in the end mean that those systems didn't scale to complicated tasks. So making very strong assumptions about the underlying distribution that make it possible to do the Bayesian calculations. There's going to be like sums and integrals that are intractable in general, but sometimes you can do it analytically, and like linear regression, for example. But of course, then things are not linear, and you know, then your model doesn't work. Right. So here's an important message. Even though the exact Bayesian posterior is generally intractable, in principle, we could use a neural net to represent the distribution over those theories. Right? So instead of maintaining a billion theories, let's say you've got one neural net that is not representing a theory, but it's a generative model that if you sample from it, gives you a theory. Okay, so you don't actually enumerate the theories, you just have a machine that can sample one of the theories. And I'm gonna try to explain that if you had a GFlowNet that would do that, you can basically solve the problem. But there's something interesting here. If you've kept track of all the excitement in AI in the last few months and years, we can train really, really large neural nets, and they can learn really, really complicated distributions, right? This is the whole point about the LLMs and frontier AI systems. And in fact, if you look at the GFlowNet objectives, with enough compute, like a large enough neural net, and training long enough, you can get arbitrarily close to an objective value of 0. I mean, earlier I said it's hard to train and so on, but it's just a matter of how much compute. It's not about generalization. I mean, generalization will allow you to train faster, but in principle, it's just a matter of compute. And so, maybe there's a way that we can actually approximate these posteriors that are intractable. In fact, every day we use neural nets in many applications to compute distributions that are otherwise, intractable. We approximate them, right? So it's just saying the same thing. Okay, so how would you do that? Right, so remember that the GFlowNets learn a generative model over some objects. So here the objects would be the theories that the agent has in its mind. And it could sample one of those theories one at a time. And the objective functions and the training objectives, we have many, but bottom line, they all have the property that if you minimize them, then the GFlowNet will sample proportionally to the reward function. So how could we use that to get a Bayesian posterior? Well, it's very, very simple and easy. It's just one line in the bottom. So let's say we want to get, what is the Bayesian posterior we want? We want two things, but the main one is P of theory given data. So theory is like a hypothesis about how the world works or something, a model, whatever. Could be parameters, but it doesn't have to be. Could be a program. That's the way I like to think about it. So we would like to have a neural net that samples a program that's a theory that explains your data. And we'd like to pick the theory that is the most likely. No, we don't want that. We want to sample a theory proportionally to its posterior. Okay, so that's what we would like. And if you remember Bayes' rule, which hopefully you do, in order to get a sample from that posterior, we can use as a reward function the thing on the left, which is the prior P of theta times the likelihood P of theta given theory. And the reward is actually something that we can compute. So the prior might be something like 2 to the minus length of the theory. We can choose priors in many ways, but that's just one that's has a lot of nice theoretical properties. Anyway, it's easy to compute. The likelihood is like your normal, maximum likelihood objective, right? You would have log likelihood usually. So it's something we can compute. And we can even easily show that you can get away with using a mini batch of data rather than looking at the whole data set, because data here is the whole data set. If your data set has a billion things, well, you don't want to have to do a pass for each update of your GFlowNet. You don't want to have to do a billion computation, or at least a billion examples. But it turns out it's fairly easy to get a stochastic version of the reward using a mini batch detail. But point is, in principle, we can train GFlowNets so that they will sample over these theories. If the theories are small enough, right? Because remember what I said at the beginning. Now, actually, what you want is a little bit more than that, but it turns out GFlowNets can do that for you. We want two things. We want to sample over theories, so that's P of theory given data. Here, data is D, sorry. But what do I do with a theory? Actually, what you want in practice for many problems is answering a question, also known as inference. So let's say, think about an LLM, like X is the question and Y is the answer. So what you want is you want another neural net that learns to sample answers Y, given questions X, and given the data set. That's the thing you want. That, you've got a data set, somebody asks you a question, and you want the answer. That's like the rational question that you really are after. And you see that you can write it as the marginalization, where you sum over all the theories. Well, that's where the other guy that samples theories becomes useful. Now, if I had to run, to estimate that sum by Monte Carlo, by sampling from the other network that generates theories and then cranking, it wouldn't really work. I mean, it would be very expensive. Because at runtime, you would have to call this and it would be a pain. So there is another way, which is we jointly learn to sample and to marginalize. So we can like train one GFlowNets that does two things at the same time. And if you followed my little presentation yesterday morning, I showed how you can do that. If you think about the initial state flow, or which is the Z or the partition function, it is an intractable sum just like this. And so, we train the GFlowNet, we get both the marginalization function and we get the sampler of theta. So in terms of like the mathematical principles, we know how to do that, both of these operations. The only little problem is theta is way too big for for most problems of interest. Okay. Now,
sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So for your second line, for marginalization, your P of theta not only depends on D, but it depends on your new input. So does that mean you need to train a GFlowNet for every input for every new input that you want to feed?
No, you could condition on X.
You can condition on.
So I didn't do all the details, but instead of the one, so think of D as a set of XY pairs. Actually, what you need is you condition on that plus an extra X. Yeah. And you can get it. There's like a simple way to get both. Okay. Yeah, don't worry about it. All right. So as some of you know, I've been worried about misuse of AI and loss of control of AI this year. And I've been thinking a lot about, from a technical AI point of view, what can we do? And I've come to the conclusion that what would be really great to make sure we can build AI that are not dangerous is if we could train an AI that understands the world and human psychology well enough, but also understands its own limitations of knowledge, epistemic uncertainty. So in other words, is Bayesian. And anytime a machine like an AI, another AI, or maybe proposes to perform an action, we would call this, which I call an AI scientists, because it's basically a world model. So it has, sorry, what's going on? It can do these marginalizations, so it can answer questions about harm that may follow given a particular action in a particular state. And so, yeah, if we were able to train such a specialized AI, well, in general, it wouldn't be specialized. It would be knowing a lot of stuff in order to be able to answer these questions. We could use it to reject actions that are not safe. And by the way, that's very different from the way people are thinking about safety these days. And more reassuring, because I'm not reassured by the way people are doing it right now. They're like spot checking. Okay, let's try this. Let's see if the AI, gives a recipe for building a bomb to bad guys. All right, but there's so many ways you could query these systems. It's hard to be sure that nothing bad will happen. And in fact, as soon as these LLMs are put out, somebody finds a way to destroy all the safety protections. But if we had this Bayesian thing, we could get quantitative, probabilistic safety guarantees, which I think would be a lot safer the day when we reach machines that are smarter than us. I wouldn't trust just some kind of, oh, let's try it and see if it works. I would rather have some sort of guarantees that it's not going to turn against people. Okay. So now let me go back to this question of training an AI scientist. As I said, in principle, we have the math for it. We just don't have the algorithms to scale at that level of understanding of the world, comparable to what you find in ChatGPT and things like this. So what could we do? Well, I want to go back to this question of breaking the task of training and building an understanding of the world into smaller pieces, like this divide and conquer. So I've always had huge inspiration in my career from human intelligence. It's been an amazing success. How do humans manage very complicated theories of how the world works? Do we like spit out in our mind a theory of everything? No. We have like little pieces that are relevant to the current situation or some imagined contexts. And somehow it's like a patchwork of how the world works that is more or less consistent, that if we think a lot about all of these things, we manage to. So think about all the papers that scientists write. They're like, each of them is talking about a little piece of reality, theories about things, and evidence that it might be a good theory, a piece of theory, right? So yeah, so I think this is a direction I'd like to explore. There's another analogy that I find inspiring, which is how we do programming and how we do mathematics. And there are a lot of connections here. So programming, mathematics, scientific theories. Presumably, you know, we can have done all of three here, people in this room. They all have this patchwork kind of property, but also they all also have this notion that we can define little pieces, like a definition of a function in programming or a lemma in mathematics that can be reused in many ways in order to come up, if we were to unfold it completely, with a theory that's fairly small, but explains a lot of things, which is, remember, Occam's razor and like machine learning 101. So, yeah, I think that solving this problem might give us answers to building AI for science, for mathematics, for programming. They're all connected in a deep way. Right, I don't want to, yeah, so the last bit I want to mention about safety, if we were to apply these ideas, I mean, if we were to come up with algorithms that would do all these things. So going back to the safety question, current approaches to building frontier AI systems rely on reinforcement learning. And there's a fundamental like issue that I mentioned, you know, too good to be true. And we're optimizing these systems so that they might find fantasy answers. And in fact, there's a lot of analysis suggesting that as we increase the compute power, as we make these neural nets bigger, as we train them longer, we get less and less safety. So that's why a lot of people right now are trying to figure out, you know, do they know how to do X? Because if they do, then that's maybe dangerous. And even there are methods called unlearning where, okay, so we've trained an LLM, but it knows how to make bombs. Can we like remove that from its knowledge? So all sorts of like ways to address the safety problem. But it would be nice if instead we were in a scenario where the more compute we put in our neural net, the longer we train it, the bigger we make it, the safer we get. And I have this conjecture that, you know, and there's some hypothesis, the sort of approach that I've talked about, if we can find efficient algorithms that can scale, would have exactly this probability, because the more we would train our neural net, maybe GFlowNet style, the more it would approach the Bayesian posterior, and the Bayesian posterior would be sort of safe by construction, because when it doesn't know if something could be harmful, it would basically not do that action. It would say, well, there's a chance this could be harmful, so let's not do it. Yeah, I think I'll stop here.
Yeah, sure. So this is not well phrased, but I want to discuss the non-stationarity of that distribution of human preferences.
Oh, yeah. You mean in time?
Yeah, I mean, we
change. Yeah. It's
so-
it's a big goal, right? We can start with trying to understand a single human, but ultimately, for an AI to be safe, it has to build a model possibly very uncertain, where it knows its own uncertainty about all humans, or at least all humans that could be, benefiting or harmed by its actions. So it's a tall order, but in a way, we are doing it, right? So I don't know what most of you think, but I have some general idea, and including some uncertainty, because I know that there are variations between people, and when I get to know a person, I know what their preferences are. And when we're not sure because we don't know that person, we behave accordingly, right? This is what we would expect from a Bayesian AI.
Yeah, this is actually the connection to the second thought, which is we're going to have also to decide how much detail we want to give that AI. Like, if it's going to have an impact on me as an individual, then I guess, as you just said, you're going to have to provide information if you want about yourself. But if you're going to if this is going to be if the action of the agent that's querying the scientist is going to be more global, then you have to have a representation of that society or that group.
Yeah. The only way eventually, when we reach AI that are deployed in the world, is that they have a pretty good understanding of society, psychology, and all the diversity of cultures and people. Yes, there's no other way around.
I'm also curious about this question of building the Bayesian posterior of human preferences. And it seems to me that in general, in Bayesian, when we do Bayesian inference, we treat data points kind of similarly. But when I'm thinking
that's a choice we can make.
Yeah, okay. But I'm curious in this specific situation, because maybe for some questions in general, you may need some expert knowledge to estimate the harm, let's say, of some action.
Yes.
And very few maybe people in the world can give you precise answer, and
right.
General population would not know. So I'm curious how we're going to treat these situations.
Okay, so one thing I didn't talk about is, in order for the kind of approach I mentioned to work and to provide any kind of guarantee, it will need to have figured out pretty much all the ways that humans theorize about themselves and about how the world works, and moral questions. So yeah, I'm not saying this is something we can build tomorrow, but if you think right now, we're trying to figure out the algorithms that could lead us there, and we could start small. But yeah, ultimately, if we want to build AI systems that are very powerful and maybe smarter than humans, we want to really make sure that they're going to behave in a way that is consistent with all of the information available to the human. And by the way, if it doesn't know, but it thinks some humans might have useful answers, then it could go and ask them. In fact, one of the original works coming up with similar ideas is in Stuart Russell's book, 2019, Human Compatible. And there, the focus he puts, and a Europe's paper that had in 2016 on this, is the relationship between the human and the AI. So when the AI doesn't know, because it's Bayesian, it has uncertainty, it can ask the human, you know, what do you think about this? Or, you know, would you consider this bad? No.
Thank you.
So the uncertainty is also useful from an active learning perspective for the AI. If it doesn't know if something is harmful, then it might try to acquire that information in a safe way, right? We don't want it to start dissecting humans just to see what's inside.
Yeah, maybe a small follow-up. What do you do in the situation of conflict when some people think it is good, other people think it is
Sorry, can you speak louder?
Yeah, so small follow-up. What do you do, what this system will do in the situation of conflict when some people think that this is harmful?
You mean disagreement?
Yeah,
or-
disagreement between people, what AI agent would do.
Well, so disagreement in a Bayesian framework is the norm. It's not the exception. We've got many theories and they're not compatible everywhere. So there's questions on which I think we should go left and you think you should go right. And the like rational way of dealing with this is to consider all the theories weighted by how much they are compatible with the data. So basically we just keep the theories that are consistent with everything we know. That prunes out a lot of garbage, but there's still a lot of theories. And then we just average out their answers. If we want to take a decision, we can also, if you want, do something like measure their variance, like, and that's going to tell us something about uncertainty. So that's exactly what Bayesian is good for, dealing with disagreement, because we don't know what is the right answer. And we have to have what's called epistemic humility.
But what we do, like in the end.
It's like, what does, you know, what's democracy? I mean, ideal democracy is somehow we come to the agreement that most people agree with. I mean, that the decision that most people agree with or something of that kind. It's the same idea. Bayesian machine learning, you know, is to like social decision making, like democracy.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, that made me think. But I actually had a question about the part about partial theories. So I fully agree with, you know, the idea that brains or humans do not instantiate like a theory of everything, and but I still don't fully grasp what you mean exactly by a partial theory, and especially you had like
think about a paper.
So I get the idea, but for example, you say we need to be able to evaluate the partial theories. I think you have the sentence like this. So what exactly you mean by this? By how do we what is what we need that we don't yet have partial theories?
So again, think about scientific papers. What do we need to evaluate a paper? We don't need to look at all the data collected by all humans since the beginning of time. We just need to look at some particular experimental data that helps, you know, answer questions about what the hypotheses are being tested in that paper or something, right? So we somehow have ways to focus the match between theory and data to a very small part of the data space in terms of which variables we look at and what we do with that. And I can come up with heuristics to do this, but I would like to have a mathematical framework that naturally does that. That will that will select just the data and maybe even a random subset of it, because you probably can't check everything. So think about a theory like, you know, theory of gravitation. Well, you're not going to collect every single thing where gravity comes about. You want to just collect enough to get statistical confidence. So I think we can really take a lot of inspiration from how humans solve the science discovery problem in order to inspire our algorithms. But I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, I get that. So it's still, if I may follow up, so I guess mathematically, like a partial theory would be like a subset of variables from the data, right? So I have struggled seeing how can we come up with a general way of evaluating arbitrary subsets of theories, the combination of The, the combinations of partial theories, the diversity of partial theories that we could have is huge.
Right. So the way I like to think of building blocks for theories is similar to the building blocks for programs and for mathematics. I call them statements. So you've got a short statement, and these statements are not independent of each other. They might refer to the same objects, the same entities, same definitions. And each statement can be true or false. And a partial theory is just going to be a collection of these statements, which help you explain particular aspects of some particular data points. So partial theory is only helping us understand some projection of the data in some directions that we care about. So a theory usually in science is about some learned projection of the data, like some functions of the data. Like, let's say I get an image, but really what I care about are, okay, where are the objects, where they are, maybe I care not only about position and not velocity, whatever, right? So we project the high dimensional raw data into some particular variables that are relevant to the theory. And then the theory is checking whether it's consistent with the values that these variables took. Yeah.
So could you elaborate on how GFlowNet might help with learning a world model?
A world model?
Yeah.
Yes.
So would you see that more at the level of one GFlowNet where each sample might represent, one piece of the world model, or would you see it at the level of multiple GFlowNet that are, trained to learn parts of this world model?
Okay, so maybe one way to think about this, did you guys see the forward-looking GFlowNet? No, okay. No, I don't have it in my slides. But so in a normal GFlowNet, you have to go to the end of generating the whole theory before you get a reward. And that's not going to fly, right? That's what I've been talking about. And we've motivated by this notion of partial theory and so on. In fact, for more than a year, I've been thinking about this. We explored a few things. One of the things was, can we train a GFlowNet even if we don't get to a terminal state? So it's just one GFlowNet, but it's going to initially pick some aspects, some variables. Let's say that what the GFlowNet does is it picks a bunch of statements. So let's say a theory is a bunch of statements that are true. The full theory is generating all the true statements that are sufficient to explain the data you have. But that's going to take too much time. So the GFlowNet might only evaluate a sub-trajectory that considers a small number of statements. And maybe something different from the GFlowNet that's more like exploratory policy chooses which statements are relevant to some data we're seeing. So if I see something, I might invoke just a little partial theory that's relevant to that, for example. In the real life, that's what happens, right? We see a movie and, things come in our mind that are relevant to what we're seeing.
But so that requires to have some sort of feedback in the, middle states and not necessarily at the terminal.
Right. So in the forward-looking thing, we assume that the reward function isn't like a black hole, isn't a sort of homogeneous thing, but it can be broken down into smaller pieces. And that's a standard assumption in graphical models that so if you remember the reward that I had, it had like fit to the data. And if you look at one piece of it, which is one data point, there's going to be some joint probability that involves that data and some latent variables. And we can break it down, like in graphical models, into smaller pieces corresponding to the statistical dependencies or causal dependencies that exist between variables. So that's the sort of thing we can exploit so that we don't actually need to compute the full reward, but we can get a partial reward for some of the statements actually are consistent with some of the pieces of data, and then you can get a bit of reward and a bit of reward.
Thank you. When the agent considers different hypotheses to test, how does it go get data to test which hypothesis is true or which one is false?
Well, that's the standard active learning problem, right? It wants to choose experiments that will provide it with the most information, and that information in an information theory sense can be estimated using the model itself, because it's just some marginalization of log probabilities that come from the model itself. So we could have another neural net that estimates how many bits of information we would get by doing an experiment. And it's very close to the way we're doing now active learning with GFlowNets. And then that would drive which experiment would be conducted. Like it would be a reward for deciding what to do. And then the GFlowNet would sample experiments that have a high information gain.
Also, like, to what extent do you see like methods from goal conditional reinforcement learning?
From what?
Goal conditioned reinforcement learning.
Goal condition, right.
Help in acquiring this data actively.
Yeah, so it's a good question. I think that there are many cases where if we want to do this divide and conquer idea that I was talking about, we want to do something like goal conditioning. Think about how you prove a theorem, right? You might not want to generate directly a full proof, but you first create some sub-goals, which are like lemmas that are easier to prove, right? So I think the goal conditioning literature from RL could be a useful thing in our toolbox for sure.
Also, one broad question, like in the plan that you presented overall, I did not see a lot of RL. Like, why is it so?
No, I repeated many times that I think we can take inspiration from a lot of existing RL, right? But we're not trying to solve the standard RL problems. We're trying to solve a different problem, which would be good for scientific discovery, would be good for safety. And yeah, it's not trying to maximize reward. It's trying to understand how the world works and then use that in a way that takes uncertainty into account.
Yeah, I was more thinking along the lines of whether the agents that you presented have agency in them, or is it just like...
So the AI scientist doesn't have agency, but it needs to model agency, because if it's modeling the effect of actions of some agent, I mean, it needs to be able to do that in order to predict what's going to happen, if something bad is going to happen or what. So you do need that AI scientist to understand agents, but it doesn't need itself to be an agent. Yeah, frontal cortex, right?
Thank you, Joshua.
Emmanuel, maybe last question.
Fortunately, I'm just hijacking the mic.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks to all the speakers. Thanks to all the organizers. It was took a long time to organize all of this, and it was very fun. So also thanks everyone for coming.